Is it on FCDC or whatever it is? FCDN or something? Guys, logistically we have a problem. The jazz system is not working, so we won't be able to use the table or the cart.
I don't have anything loaded on my computer, sir.
Huh?
I don't have anything loaded onto my computer that I was going to use today.
Okay.
I was going to use the overhead. You're saying we can't use the overhead?
Well, you can't get the system to come up. It's spinning off. It's locked itself out.
But then I'll need about an hour to get things loaded up, I think. Or a half hour anyways. Or I can just show the jury like we used to do in the old days.
Now we may have to. Okay. No. I need the internet to work and the system to work is what I need.
There's like a... Okay. It wasn't like really the way I thought my Monday would start.
You're good.
Sticker, do you want to stick?
I thought Zion was up.
What's that?
I thought Zion was still in his exam.
No, I was up on cross already.
Well, Judge, they had an objection at the end. I don't think it was quite done. I mean, we need to figure out that report.
It's still privileged, so you guys are supposed to avoid it.
I think what he's testified to it. Is the jury going to get an admonition on this? Or?
Well, how can I admonish them on it?
Oh, excuse me, I misspoke. Is that going to be? Are they going to be advised to disregard that question and answer?
Well, we were going to talk about that before we started. We just have technical difficulties going on right now.
Understood, Judge. I'm just.
I mean, I know that.
Well, according to Paul, there's no internet hooking into it. And someone has been playing with this since I last left it, because I had to take it all back down and bring it all back up. And then somebody came in and turned it off, and they had to bring it back up again.
That was me. I talked to that. I didn't see the
Okay. Why don't you go back there and tell them we're having Monday morning technical difficulties, and we should be with them momentarily.
They know. We have one person we're waiting on.
Probably stuck in the west side traffic.
Yeah.
searches on here.
Okay, so
Go Disney World. My wordy is the
Thank you. I have no further questions. Process Biles.
No, I'm signing as me. These are yours?
Those are mine.
Dr. Gina Moody would be mine.
No, you signed it on my laptop. On Friday, and that was you.
Yeah, but I'm getting my mail. I have my mail, but the Google search engine's there.
You're signed in this one.
In Google, how do I sign out?
Do you have a Google sign that you use to like?
I don't know. I'm not going to mess with it now.
Yeah. Yes, it's going to be yes. We just saw
One of our jurors that hasn't made it in yet, I think they were hooked up in that West Side fiasco this morning.
This is subject to the criminal production.
I wonder if you bring over the portable TV and hook that in. Just use the closed system.
Yeah.
Yeah. 11:14.
but we're taking hold of the provider, so we're going to Plan B. You need to turn this towards the jury as best we can. Where's Panda?
Come in here.
Is that gonna bug you too much?
No. All right, caller, the mic's gonna work?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we can't put it too far back, because he's a walker. That's probably good right there. That's the best I can do, guys. Until I can get documents shown. Now, will they be on our screens too? No. Or just on this? Well, I get to be on. If we can get it in a couple minutes, sure, but if not, we'll go to what we got. With no control.
That's not, where is this going to be hooked up to?
To the overhead.
I don't have anything voted on my laptop. I was relying on the overhead.
So I'm going to the overhead?
That's my issue, is I don't have anything scanned. And because the first day I started to use things on my laptop, and they're like, no, not working and stuff. I was
Hold on
trying
for a second. Let's see if we can get it hooked up.
We still are waiting on a juror, so I mean.
Detecting device. That's a start. No internet. We can't do it today. Did we not pay our bill to tabs or something? I'm Just set up. TV remote this year. Okay. You guys have just the overhead screen. That's it. It's on here. All right. We can't see what's going on it, so I have to adjust accordingly.
Can we move it back a little bit? So that way, if I need to see it, what's on the screen, it's what I'm pointing at might prove challenging.
Well, I got the jurors need to see it too.
Somewhere in the middle, I guess.
Let's see, then you got that jersey we blocked out on the bottom.
Well, maybe we could test something and see. Test the document and see.
Mr. Thomas, can I bug you for a second to come up here and look at something? No, sure. Put it on there. Can you see that from there? Or is that put in the way?
So maybe like the lower left eighth of the screen or so is blocked?
Yeah.
Or the lectern?
Why don't you move it a little forward then?
That one doesn't have a microphone. We're using this extra tape.
That's his crutch.
You know what, right there, I think that should work fine.
Can you see there, Mr. Thomas?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll make this work. Thank you, Bob. Let me know when this is hard, my friend. Got them all? Okay. Well, we're going to put some stuff on the record.
I bring our client, Judge?
We need a couple of minutes here first.
Send it tonight.
Okay, we're on the record. We're currently waiting on one juror. Everybody's present. Just to put a couple things on, we have some technicality issues with the Jazz system. For some reason, the internet's not hooking in. We brought in a portable TV. It's facing the jury currently. It's hooked into the overhead only. Paul is currently trying to get hold of the Jazz folks to see what the problem is. He's already talked to the tech people over at the main computer center for the courthouse. Everything looks good there, so I don't know if it's a technical issue with them or not. I think that's got that issue pretty much. Paul's going to keep us informed as to what he finds out, so we're going to go with this. We broke up the other day. A decision was issued, and there was some collateral issues. Mr. Baez.
Yes, Judge, I understood your order after we received it. The only issues that I think weren't spelled out for us were, of course, how we are going to cure Dr. Roth's testimony where he made comments referring to documents that are privileged, thereby giving us the inability to cross-examine him on those points. And that was number one. And then the other issue, I think, on Swanner would be we would request that the questioning of Dr. Swanner be outside the presence of the jury so we could clear up that issue as to what report he was referring to and see if there's any further issues rather than, of course, having to go through this whole stop and break until we figure out where we are in terms of that, of what he was, in fact, relying on, if, in fact, he was relying on anything at all. So in light of that, I think those are the two present issues for the court to determine as to how we're going to go, how we're going to move forward on those points.
Sam?
Thank you, Your Honor. Pursuant to your order, we would ask that Dr. Roth's testimony stand as it is. This is not newly discovered. In response to the defense subpoena twice, it was told to them that this report is based on confidential material. We are providing it as a response to you, your subpoena, and we will waive that privilege. So this is not newly discovered as regards to Dr. Roth. They were fully aware of where he was getting that information based on privileged material. In fact, we, as attached to our motion, Judge, were some emails between Ms. Grubb and Ms. Menachie regarding this document specifically as to stipulate it as to its authenticity, which was agreed upon as long as a proper foundation was laid, and Dr. Roth testified personally as to it. So we don't believe that there is any further clarification needed for Dr. Roth's testimony. Dr. Swanner's testimony, hopefully we can arrange that later this week, and we'll deal with that when we get to it. Thank you.
Judge, we would respond to Mr. Zion by saying, first of all, it's not a report. He's referring to having access to privileged documents, and this is his conclusion or things that he jotted down after going through privileged material. So absent having that privileged material, we can't cross-examine him on it. We were, of course, aware of that, as he points out, but also aware that we weren't going to have access to that privileged material. So I don't think that changes the fact that we have a confrontation clause issue. He testified about some phantom report of which, in fact, is his work, his review of certain privileged documents, and he wrote down what he chose to write down, not some kind of report spit out by a computer somewhere at Mount Carmel. So
But didn't you solicit the information?
I haven't questioned this witness yet. You're talking about prior during pretrial motions?
Subpoenas.
Oh, excuse me. Yes, subpoena, excuse me. It's early. So, yes, we did, but this is in the fact-finding phase of the case as to whether we get some information and whether it's admissible or not are two completely different things. And in this case, it wasn't admissible because it came from privileged documents that the hospital still maintains and chooses to maintain the privilege. And the court ruled. So, this is all based on, if you look at the timeline of events, there's a court order precluding us from accessing this information. In addition to that, there's a witness testifying or writing things down for which he got from this information. Yes, it's great to have, but if we can't cross-examine him on it, this is an adverse party who is an interested party in the case, and we should be able to properly cross-examine him with the documents and with the proper materials that we would have to be able to accomplish such a thing. I would like to have what he relied on, and that's the only way I can properly cross-examine him. If you looked at these papers, I need to see them too to be able to see if you're lying or not, and I can't. So they can't have it both ways, having their cake and eat it too. And in fact, the prosecution was aware that this was based on privileged information and improperly solicited over our objections. So this is the mess they created, and not only with one witness, but with two witnesses, and we've been dancing around and tiptoeing around the tulips the whole time with these report issues. It's not something that they kind of slipped out. This is something the court has worked diligently to try and make the right calls based on the limited information that it has, and as well as all the other parties involved. So they can't claim that this is some kind of a accident or mistake. They intentionally sought out testimony from a witness where they knew we couldn't cross-examine them on it. And I'll just leave it at that before I say
Zion.
Okay, Dr. Swanner's testimony is a separate take from Dr.
Right, we're not talking, we're talking about the current witness.
Right, Judge. I mean, it was clearly spelled out in a letter from Mr. Peterson in response to their subpoena, and then later on by Mr. Gobble from Jones Day as well, when a title was put on top of it to make clear what this data pull was. He had put that in, they had put that in the letter originally, saying this is based on privileged material to Ms. Menashe, and we're not waiving that, but here is the information you've asked for. And then when we met and asked, how do we know this is what that says, States Exhibit 27 prime, he said, well, it's in the cover letter, but I'll add it to this. And that was in November. He'll add the title to this. And he wrote another cover letter to both parties in November and said, here it is again. We've just put a title on it so it's clear what it is. And in that letter again, which is in discovery, which we've attached to our motion, it again states, this is based on confidential material, and it is, we're giving you the information, but we're not waiving privilege as to that confidential material. So, and then like I said, it wasn't like we were trying to slip anything in, Judge. We emailed them ahead of time and said, this is a very important document to us. Can we talk about its admissibility and the parameters of it? We attached that subpoena. Ms. Menashe responded. Okay, we'll work with you. So it's not like we snuck this in on anybody, Judge. And then it wasn't until it had actually been testified to that there was an objection. So this was not subject to any type of pretrial motion or a motion limited by the defense. So I would take exception to those characterizations. This was something that we had worked on, we had addressed, we had brought to their attention specifically that we were going to elicit through Dr. Roth, and it wasn't until the end of his testimony that there was an objection. So we would ask that his testimony stand at this point, Your Honor.
Had you just finished your testimony?
I just finished it, and then there was an objection based on...
You guys, I was busy trying to get a decision out on Friday for you guys, so...
Sorry?
I was busy getting a decision out on Friday. I didn't get a chance to talk to my court reporter about where we left off.
I believe we left off with me having no further questions, and then they asked to approach, and that's when all of this came to light.
Okay.
You ready?
Judge, may I respond to this last information given to the court? I realize they take exception with my prior comments, and I'm certainly going to take exception with these. But now, this is just straight up trying to mislead you. All of the emails that were sent from Ms. Grubb to Ms. Bonacci were about this document. Had nothing to do with this document. In fact, we all had a sidebar with the court, and the court
Waving
looked at this document.
documents around, the court report.
Sure. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. States Exhibit 27 is what was the subject of the sidebar. It's what the prosecutors showed the court. We had Ms. Menashe come up, and she confirmed the conversation. We had this whole conversation at sidebar over States Exhibit 27. Now he's trying to pass off that this whole conversation revolved around States Exhibit this other States Exhibit 27, which is a completely different document. I don't know why he's labeling it the same.
27 prime is what it is.
I'm sorry?
27 prime. Little accent over it.
Yes. Okay.
That just shows us it's the same exhibit, just different format.
It is not the same. Well, it is not what was sent around, and it is not, and it did not have this title up top. So we're talking about two completely different things that would have placed us on this. To me, I read this and I say, okay, well, it's a summary document, and that's what it was passed off as. This then gives more information where they say, or it's titled, and I'm referring to 27 prime, where it states all instances in which patients within Mount Carmel Health System hospital received a dose of fentanyl at or above 500 micrograms while not in an operating room setting or on a ventilator, September 2013 to September 2020. And it says all instances. I don't have anything to be able to cross-examine him on this. And I don't have any of the documents to be able to say, to be able to ask him, to be able to inquire as to whether this is all of the specific instances. This is one man's testimony based on one man's research, and he took it from privileged documents that we don't have access to. So for him to get up there and be able to testify to something that is a fact, we should be able to confront him on it. And then to try and pass these two documents off as if they're the same thing is simply just not appropriate.
Why wasn't this raised in your pleadings Friday?
I had no idea that they were going to try and pull something like this.
He went over, we labeled it on the record.
I saw him label it on the record, but I didn't have any idea what he was doing in terms of that. Well, all I knew is I was objecting to all this privilege stuff coming in, regardless of what he decided to label it as. But now, somehow, they're passing off an Excel spreadsheet to try and make it look like it's a computer printout, number one, and then adding some type of sentence or two which bases an actual conclusion of fact. And one, nothing could be further from the truth on that, in terms of that it is an actual computer printout, and two, there's no way to cross-examine him on this. That's it.
Okay. Well, I don't see a value in giving them some type of limiting instruction. It's privileged material. It should have never been solicited. It's out there, I realize, but am I going to bring accent to it by saying something to them?
I think we're going to assume that this jury, we all went into this case assuming that this jury was going to follow your instructions. And if you instruct them that they are to disregard that question and that answer and not consider it, I think in terms of the record, for appellate purposes, and for the final determination of this case, they have to be able to follow your instructions. And look, I don't like the fact that you have to point it out and bring it up to them at all, because it never should have been solicited in the first place. But we're in this position, so something has to be done about it.
Okay. You want to bring them?
Sure.
Anything else for the record before we bring them in?
Just so we're clear, Judge, are you going to give a limiting instruction or not?
I'm thinking.
All right, well, if you decide to, we have additional things we would ask then after that.
What are you going to want in addition if let's say I do say you disregard the last answer and question? What else are you going to need?
We would ask to recall this witness. We will subpoena him and ask him to recreate that document, not using privileged information, see if it's possible.
But you can do that on redirect.
Not if you say we can't ask it. And not if you're limiting that question as being disregarded and stuff.
So do you want it on a sidebar? Or do you want to proffer it? Or what do you want to do? I'm still debating on whether I should give it or not, because I don't think it's a particularly great idea right now.
Judge,
But that's my gut.
my understanding of this situation is they asked for this information, and they were provided this information with the understanding that we use these confidential Greeley reports as a way, because the information had already been gathered. So we looked into those reports that the court had deemed confidential and produced this for you and told them that. And then when I was like, what does this document say? And that was, as I said on the record, I wasn't trying to sneak anything in. 27, I believe, is what was shown to Mr. O'Brien. I just had it mislabeled. And 27 prime is the report that clearly says Husel's the only one doing this in the whole system. So, and that was just a mislabeling. We have 300,000 documents, and I said that clearly. So Dr. Roth used the confidential material to respond to their subpoena, told him he was doing that, and here it is. Only Dr. Husel's using that. They were trying to find every other doctor in the system that does what Dr. Husel does. Well, guess what? No other doctor in the system does it. Here's your report. So, and then Mr. Gobble in November said, I'll put this clearly on the top of it. That's what 27 prime is. Then we said, hey guys, we want to introduce this, and you saw those emails relating to 27 prime. So we believe, we don't know because of your admonition, we can't talk to Roth during the weekend. We believe that because his report is just based on medical records of patients at Mount Carmel in the system that they can go through it long form without using the work already done by Greeley, we think anyways, and reproduce that report, assuming they come to the same conclusions, assuming that Greeley was correct, and then present all of that. So
One
that's
second, guys.
So if the court says you can't use this information, you have to disregard it, I think the only way we can, get that in front of a jury, which I believe is relevant, is to ask Dr. Roth, we'll subpoena them, and we've got another 8 weeks here together, so see if you can do it within 8 weeks and ask to recall them, would be our option B on this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Of course, we would object to that. We weren't given proper notice of that. This is now, this is basically an expert report now, because here's the thing.
Okay, it's an issue of fact, though. It's not an opinion.
No, it is an opinion, because he's reviewing records.
If they go through the records and they produce A to B, that's a fact. It's not A, I believe B.
What it is him going through records and making determinations that constitute these facts. So that's the issue here. And we keep calling it a report. There is no report that could be ran to see if this was in fact only Dr. Husel. This was something they had to do by hand. So therefore, and by reviewing records, so therefore he had to come to conclusions and opinions.
Okay, you made your record.
I have.
Okay, let's bring the jury.
So, do we know what the court's going to do? Or?
I know what the court's going to do.
We would like to know.
Well, you'll find out, won't you? I am not going to give a curative instruction at this point in time. I want to see where it develops.
So how do I address this in cross-examination? That's where I'm...
Carefully.
Judge, I need a little more guidance and carefully. I mean,
Well, I'm still trying to figure out how all this post stuff's relevant anyway. Okay? But that's aside. I would just leave it alone for now, get going for a while, and then we can see where it goes, and then I can, if I change my mind, I'll let you know. Or you can try to tackle it, but you got to do it carefully.
All right.
You can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, Jerry, I hope you had a great weekend. We're going to continue with the testimony. Mr. Baez, your cross.
yes, sir.
We need the doctor in here. Doctor, remember you're still under oath. Go ahead and get yourself situated. We're going to speak up. And ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the vote on Friday was we're going to be taking this stuff down, but we can't officially do it until the city does their thing. So you may be pleasantly surprised this weekend on what might happen. Of course, I'll probably be in line, but that's beside the point. Okay? Mr. Baez.
Please support. Mrs. Ayala. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning.
And before you get started, I should explain that device there right beside you.
Yes, sir.
We're having technical difficulties on the big screen. So we went with Plan B, okay? It's to aid and assist you. It's not as nice as the big screen, but we're doing our best until we can figure out why our provider doesn't have us connected up so we can do our thing. So, with that.
Good morning, Dr. Ross.
Good morning.
Sir, this is the first time we've met, correct?
Correct.
And we've never spoken prior to today.
That's correct.
And yet you have had numerous conversations with the prosecution on this case.
I've had two, yeah.
Two. Okay.
Can you guys hear him okay? You want some volume? Give us some volume there.
Yes, Judge.
Sir, how many times prior to this case had you been to Mount Carmel West?
Prior to this case?
Yes.
Probably 2 or 3 over the years.
Okay. And you testified yesterday. I'm going to slip up and say yesterday. You testified during direct examination that you are the chief clinical officer, correct?
That's correct.
It is a fact, sir, that your title is you are the executive vice president at Trinity and chief clinical officer. Isn't that a fact?
That is correct.
Okay, so the chief clinical officer is actually your second title. Is that fair to say?
I suppose there are a number of executive vice presidents.
Okay, but you're basically, as it relates to this case, the guy from corporate. Fair description?
That's one way of phrasing it, certainly.
Okay. Now, in light of that, Trinity has 88 different hospitals.
Thereabouts, yeah, that's right.
And it is a $20 billion corporation.
Thereabouts, that's correct.
And you were sent down to lead, I guess, to be the point of contact on behalf of Trinity.
That's correct.
All right. Now, you testified that, remember, let's talk about Project Lighthouse for a minute. You testified during direct examination that Project Lighthouse has tens of thousands of documents in it, correct?
That's correct.
Would it surprise you to know it was 273,000 documents?
It wouldn't shock me, no.
I drew the short straw, so I had to read that. Now, in light of that, sir, you guys went over everything. You guys had a plan for social media, correct?
Correct.
You even developed questions that were being asked and how to answer them, correct?
Yes.
All the way down to a Facebook post, right?
I'm not directly familiar with a Facebook post, but
Okay. If someone commented negatively on Facebook about Mount Carmel, there was a protocol on how to answer and when to answer, right?
not to my specific knowledge, no, but
You didn't read that, those documents,
not that I recall today.
okay? Then, in fact, you had the media broken down by individual TV channels as well as print media, correct?
Not that I directly recall, but probably.
Do you recall reading, we're going to get into a lot of these documents today, sir. You came prepared to answer them though, right?
Yeah, to the best of my ability.
So every single channel was broken down as well as their questions, correct?
Not that I directly recall, no. Not to that degree of specificity.
Do you recall that there were even statements of off-the-record conversations with the media?
Not that I recall.
You do know what an off-the-record conversation with the media means, though, don't you?
I do.
Okay. And so the ladies and gentlemen of the jury know this. This is when someone wants to tell the media something, but they don't want the media to tell the public who in fact gave them that information, right?
I'm not an expert on what the definition of off the record is, but it sounds generally true.
But you would agree with that statement, generally, right?
Generally speaking.
Okay. And that's not exactly the picture of transparency that you testified to under direct examination, is it?
Well, speaking generally, doing other things, sometimes that's not about being not transparent. It's about providing information on a topic.
Right, but if you don't want the public to know where it came from, that's not being transparent with the public, is it, sir?
It depends on the nature of the conversation.
So, in your definition of transparency, it's okay to give information so long as people don't know where it came from.
No, I would not agree with that.
Okay. But you would agree that there were numerous off-the-record conversations with the media on behalf of Mount Carmel and Trinity that did occur in Project Lighthouse.
And that, as I said, not that I directly recall. And again, oftentimes they are about, details about how things function, not about things that are contrary to what's being said.
I find that answer interesting, sir, when you, in fact, were the point person for Trinity on all things press-related, were you not?
I was one of them.
Okay. So, and you do your job thoroughly, right?
To the best of my ability.
Okay. So, you didn't testify about anything having to do with the press on direct examination, did you?
I only asked the questions that were given.
The prosecutor went from the first call you got on this case to the last thing you did. Remember all those what happened next and what happened next and what you do next questions?
Generally speaking, yes.
And not once did you tell the jury that you were the point person on behalf of Trinity for all things discussed in the media.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Not once did you testify about the media under direct examination, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. You talked about this villain document. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember, sir, being shown State's Exhibit 27A? Do you see that there? I can't.
Yes, I
Okay.
I know it's not what it used to be.
Okay, can you see that, sir?
I cannot see that.
Okay. I'm going to twist this a little bit your way. Can you see it? You might need to leave.
Yeah, I was going to say, if it's okay with... I'm
Why
going to...
don't you do this? Why don't you leave it where it was and you hand them the actual document? Where you need a copy for your screen, don't you?
You know what, Judge, I can run back and forth. I got decent legs. Remember that document, sir?
I do.
And you remember being asked by the prosecutor about the fact that that document didn't have a logo on it and stuff like that? You remember those questions?
I do.
And in fact, I can find the document. Give me just a second. All right, hold it. Can you bring that up for me, Allison?
You can't bring it up.
I think I might have found it. I need to put a sticker on it. Can I get a sticker? Now, the way things work during Project Lighthouse is someone would submit a document or some questions or some statements, and then it would kind of get passed around and people would make comments, right?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And then after that, decisions would be made, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you now what's Defendant's Exhibit MCD6. Okay? First, I'll bring it up so that the jury can see it, and then I'll kind of figure this out. Can you see that, sir?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Can I do it constantly without...
Yeah. We're going to adapt to fit the screen.
I'm taking back from the 27.
A little bit magnified.
You can do that on this.
Yeah.
Wind shut.
Okay.
You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right, let me get it so I can show it to the jury.
Yeah.
It used to be that we would just like either wave it by you or so technology's created this monster, so to speak. Well, when it didn't work this morning, it did not make my morning at all. So let's see if we can do it there.
I'm going to zoom in first, and then I'll bring it to...
You can't see how far you zoomed in.
I can see it through the reflection on the plexiglass, so that plexiglass is serving some purpose.
A little smaller.
All right, let me... actually, I need to make it smaller now.
A little smaller.
Say, right there? Okay, good. Okay. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you recall when you read this, it talks about, after seeing version 1, emails between Mark, Brett, and Melissa about gaining alignment on big themes. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is, in fact, a Mount Carmel document, right?
Yes.
And in fact, it's internal, right?
Yes.
And it is labeled confidential. Do you see that at the bottom? Can the jury see that? Where I'm putting it? Okay. Do you see that? Confidential?
I see the word.
Okay. All these documents from Project Lighthouse were in fact confidential documents, were they not?
I don't know that all of them were, but many of them were.
Well, that's why you called it Project Lighthouse, so it could be protected under the attorney-client privilege, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
He's not qualified to answer that.
Okay. Sir, these documents were ultimately disclosed because of the lawsuit with the nurses against the hospital, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you don't.
Okay, I'll let him answer. Do you know?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, so they were never supposed to see the light of day. Isn't that a fact, sir?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, you're asking him to speculate. Sustained.
I'll withdraw the question, Mitch. Now, the statements that you told the jury under direct examination about who is to be made the villain, who is to be the victim, and who is to be the vindicator. The vindicator was the hospital, right?
I don't recall what again, I was not directly involved in that work at that time.
Okay, but who's supposed to be the vindicator? You have no idea? One Superman, right?
Correct.
Okay, so it has to be one of the parties, right? The patient,
Your Honor.
victim?
He's answering. He was not involved in this document.
Okay, it's a compound question right now.
Sure. Okay.
Rephrase.
I'll rephrase. Under this scenario, sir, you know that the victims were supposed to be the patients, right?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. The villain was supposed to be Dr. Husel, the nurses, and the pharmacists, right?
Specific to the document that you're holding?
Yes.
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And the vindicator would be Mount Carmel, right?
I believe that's correct, specific to the document that you're holding.
Okay, now you testified under direct examination, sir, that you had an outside consultant and that he's the one that came up with these ideas, right?
There were a number, but he was one of them, the first one.
Okay, and so we're clear, the person we're talking about under this document
Okay, you remember, you gotta say what the document is.
Yes,
before you
yes,
put it
I'm
on.
still on MCD 6.
Okay.
Now, you see, sir, Mark's comments, right?
Correct.
Can everyone see that? Okay. And then right below that, all of the choices and the discussion topics. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, on the document that you were shown under direct, well, let me strike that. Let me ask you about this. Mark is a gentleman by the name of Mark Weaver, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Weaver.
Weaver.
Yes. And Mark Weaver is in fact considered the communications counsel. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, he was not functioning as counsel. He was functioning as a consultant.
Right. But you know that he is, a former prosecutor of 20 years, worked for the Department of Justice.
Okay, there's an objection.
Relevancy as to Mark Weaver's qualifications and background.
We're discussing, this has been brought up.
No, he's also objecting you're testifying. You didn't ask him what his credentials were, did you?
I'm asking him now if
No,
he's
you're
aware.
testifying now.
Okay, I'll
ask him the question.
I'll ask it a different way. Since the prosecutor brought up what you consider his document under direct examination, I want to ask you, are you aware, sir, that Mr. Weaver was a prosecutor for 20 years, worked for the Department of Justice?
Staying.
Sir, you said he was not acting as counsel, but he in fact was someone brought in because of his unique talented and skilled, correct?
I wasn't involved in his selection. His selection was prior to my involvement, so I can't speak to why he was brought in.
Okay. But at some point you became familiar with him and his work, did you not?
Indirectly, yes, and I met with him, I believe, once.
Okay. And you were aware that he was the former Assistant Attorney General of the state of Ohio?
Objection. I'll permit it.
You are.
I was not aware.
And were you not aware he worked for the Department of Justice?
No, I don't think I was aware of that.
Okay. So you have people making important decisions where you're the actual point person and you have no idea what their background is? Is that what your testimony is?
Okay, he said that he wasn't doing it during that time. Are you asking about his total career? Because that's really not relevant.
I think he did say. Well, let me ask you about this. He was never actually terminated, was he, sir?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Well, you testified about him, you guys moving away from him. There's no document in those 270 plus thousand documents that say that he is terminated, we don't want your advice anymore, or we're not going to follow your advice. Isn't that a fact, sir?
What happened was we brought in a different communications consultant and followed and worked with them to garner their advice.
In fact, sir, you're referring to Gerard?
I am.
Okay. Gerard actually has been working for Trinity prior to this case, was it not?
I actually don't know the answer to that question. If it's possible they were engaged somewhere else within the system.
Sir, you're again the point person for all of this going on. Did you not know that Gerard had a 3-year contract with Trinity?
Not that I recall today.
Okay. And they weren't exactly brought on. They were involved as early as December 5th, Gerard was, correct?
I believe that's correct, but I don't remember the specific date.
So all of this is going on simultaneously, though, right? When I say all of this, I'm referring to Mr. Weaver being involved and Gerard being involved, right?
There was overlap.
So what I want to get back to is the document that you were shown under direct examination, States Exhibit 27A, which was really Defense Exhibit MCD 6. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And you testified a few moments ago that the questions would be brought up, kicked around, comments made, and then decisions were made. Do you remember that?
Generally speaking, yes. That's what I said.
Okay. So on the bottom of that document, it states Ed's decision, right?
That's what it says.
And who is Ed?
Ed is Ed Lamb, who at the time was the chief executive officer for Mount Carmel.
He's the top guy at Mount Carmel, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this was more than just, this document's more than just something that was brought up by Mark Weaver that you didn't actually agree with. I know that's what you testified on direct. This, in fact, is what decision was made by Ed, right?
Well, I believe what I said at direct was that it was a decision in time, but not the final decision.
Now, Ed's not dead, right? Ed's the president of Mount Carmel. He's no longer with Mount Carmel, right?
Correct.
He was let go as well.
He's no longer with Mount Carmel, that's correct.
Okay. Now, the president of Mount Carmel decided that Husel would be the primary villain. The involved pharmacists would also be villains, as well as the nurses, not the two that had preceptors, right?
I don't know the date on this particular document, but at that point in time, that was the direction, was not the final direction.
Okay. And you testified you kind of changed direction at some point, right?
Correct.
Okay. And we've gone over some of those changes of directions, but there's no disputing that the president of Mount Carmel made the decision to make William Husel the primary villain, as well as the nurses and pharmacists, all of these healthcare providers, these people who work for you. The decision was made to make them a villain by the president of Mount Carmel, correct?
Again, that was, at that point in time, that's what the document says. That's what the judge says. The document says was his decision at that point in time.
Now, sir, you testified that you met, under direct examination, you talked about, and in fact, when I asked you earlier, you said you met with the prosecutor 2 times, right?
I met with Mr. Zion 2 times.
Well, when I say the prosecutor, I'm referring to every prosecutor that's ever touched this file.
Oh, apologies. No, I met with Mr. Zion 2 times.
Okay, well, that may have been my question, but as far as your direct examination, over the last couple of days, you only discussed 2 meetings, correct?
I believe that's, I don't remember exactly, but I believe I discussed 2 specific meetings. I did not say I only met with them 2 times under direct.
So we're clear, you talked about the first meeting you did not go to. That was done with Mr. Greg Peterson, the criminal defense lawyer. And you also talked about the first time you actually met with them, which would have been December 17th. Isn't that a fact?
Sounds right, yes.
Okay. Then, subsequent to that, you met with them, and this one you did testify to on January 10th, did you not?
Yes.
And you stated that the reason for your meeting with them was to go over what would be told to the families, to kind of get a little, I guess, collaboration with them on that?
I believe what I said, and that was the purpose of the December meeting,
Okay.
was to discuss the timing with which we would speak to the families. Because we wanted to speak to the families, but did not want to do so in a way that would be disruptive to their investigation.
Okay. And then you met again on January 24th with them. Oh, no, excuse me. It was not that. On February 5th, you met with them, with the prosecutors, correct?
I believe that's correct, thereabout.
You didn't tell either the prosecutor or the jury in the last under direct examination what that meeting was about, did you, sir?
To the best of my recollection, that was a meeting where they had asked me to prepare a document that would speak to the facts, the clinical details on those cases.
And then, sir, you met again with them 2 days later on February 7th, did you not?
No, I don't remember meeting with them twice, 2 days apart.
Okay. I'm going to show you, let me get the actual. If I could have the court's indulgence, sir, again, sorry. I want to make sure I get the document that's here. Just want to show this date. Judge, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'd like to direct you, I'm going to show you the timeline from Project Lighthouse. If I could direct your attention to the bottom of the page.
Okay.
February 5th and February 7th. Do you see that?
I do.
Does that refresh your recollection as to whether you met with prosecutors on those days?
It says I did.
Okay. Okay, so
So that's no, it doesn't refresh your memory?
It does not refresh my memory. I do not remember meeting with them twice, 2 days apart. I remember meeting with them in early February.
okay, so you don't remember that. Now, let me ask you this. What about February 22nd? Oh, I'm sorry. March 11th, 2019. Do you recall meeting with them on that date?
I remember meeting with them in early March. I'll assume that, I don't remember specific to March 11th, but I remember meeting with them in early March.
Okay, and then do you remember meeting on March 14th with the detectives?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay, so fair to say you met with them a lot more than twice, right?
Again, I believe your question earlier this morning was meeting with Mr. Zion, but I met with them prior to the entire prosecution team more than twice, yes.
Now, sir, you also, remember when we were talking a moment ago about meeting with, or I'm sorry, having off-the-record conversations with the media? You said that occurred, but you weren't necessarily aware of it.
I don't recall being aware of it. That's correct.
Okay. Now, you in fact, sir, met with the Columbus Dispatch, did you not?
We did.
Okay. And you had an off-the-record conversation with them, did you not?
I believe those conversations were on the record, but
Okay. It's funny, I Googled and I looked and did research on, and I didn't see a single quote.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, you sustain. You can ask questions.
Are you aware of any stories coming out from the Columbus Dispatch that has your name on it? Or your quotes?
I believe so, yes, sir.
So there's actual quotes of your testimony, of your statements with them?
With the Columbus Dispatch?
Yeah.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And you met with them not only once, but twice, did you not?
I believe that's correct.
So you had a little more involvement when it came to the press on this issue than you have testified to under direct examination, right?
Okay, sustained.
You were quite involved with the press on this case, were you not, sir?
Yeah, I believe what you're referencing is, when I was referencing is the early part of the process. I was involved in it later in the process. That's correct.
So your testimony is that it was something you did later on.
That I was not involved early in the process. I was involved toward the end of December and thereafter.
Now, out of the other 88 hospitals that Trinity has, how many of these hospitals had max dose policies with palliative withdrawals?
To the best of my knowledge, none did.
Okay. And so Mount Carmel was not an outlier in that area.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you testified that the reports that were done by, I keep messing up her name. Leslie Bowman, the Project Lighthouse reports. You testified under direct that there were 5 reports, right?
Correct.
And you also told the jury that that the report parameters kept being expanded so that you would make sure you had all the patients that might have been affected. You recall that testimony?
I do.
Okay. Now, I want to go over the parameters of the search.
Okay.
And I'm showing you Defendant's Exhibit MCD 14.
Can you see it? Since he didn't show it to you ahead of time.
I can see it, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Now,
Somebody can.
so the first search that was expired patients, that means patients that have passed away, correct?
Correct.
Within 400 minutes from Dr. Husel, correct?
Correct.
To the patient's discharge date and time for fentanyl of 800 micrograms or greater. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, The second report was run the same thing, but the change was made from 800 micrograms to 500. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's consistent with your testimony that you expanded the parameters of that search, right?
That the team did, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then we have report number 3, which was run on December 5th. And the change here is that you got rid of the 400-minute time. Do you see that?
Correct.
So that would have expanded the search, right?
That's correct.
And December 5th is the date that you notified the prosecutors on this case that there was a potential criminal matter, right?
That Mount Carmel did, that's correct.
That Mount Carmel did.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the report where Tracy Young's name comes up, correct?
That's correct.
And that's because after receiving 2,500 micrograms of fentanyl, she went on to...
Sustained.
Well, okay. And that report indicated that she had received 25... Objection, Your Honor.
Let's go sidebar. You guys haven't talked to each other at all today, I know that, so get busy. Ms. Schaefer? Relax, doctor, we'll be right with you. We've got quite the obstacle course there for you, don't we, Ms. Schaefer? Are you ready there, Sam, mandatory reporter? Okay.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get started back. Mr. Baez.
Judge, I was advised that it might be easier for the jurors to see. Actually, I don't know.
Well, we had a problem
You
All
can
right.
still see.
We did a test run before you guys came in, and they couldn't see it back that far. But if you can see it, both of you two at the end, can you see it up there in the top?
Diane, if it could be darkened a little bit, can it be?
I can't necessarily fix that.
The answer is no.
You can't see it because of the darkness on it?
I can't, it prints really.
What's that? I can't see what it is at all. Relax.
Glare. Can you turn the lights down a little bit?
Oh, okay.
Well, that goes into this whole can whoop here that's currently spinning. It's been spinning since I got in here around 8:25 or so. Okay. Let's make the best with it. Go ahead.
Doctor, I'll try my best not to use this as much as I can, okay?
Yeah.
So let's try that together if we can. You're aware that T.Y. and Tracy Young are one and the same when we refer to them, to that person, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're aware that report number 3 on the 7th, that was ran on December 5th, 2018, is the one that Tracy Young's name came up on, correct?
I became aware of that after the fact, but yes, her name is on that report.
Okay. Now, the question, I guess the exercise that we were going through was that your testimony under direct was that the search just kept expanding to be able to get more patients. You recall that? That's where we're at in the line of questioning?
Yes, I recall that.
Okay. And reports 1 and 2 did just that. We covered that, right? Mm-hmm. Now we have Tracy Young, right? And report number 4, which was run on the 19th, and report number 5. Let's go over report number 4 first. Report number 4 now basically goes, the only difference here now is it talks about using new medication data reporting parameters ordered at any dose, but it now limits it down to 120 minutes of the discharge date and time, which basically means that a person passed away within 120 minutes of getting the medication, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That, in fact, eliminated Tracy Young from that report, did it not?
I don't recall the specifics of that report, but it would have.
It would have, because you know Tracy Young lived for 9 days after receiving this dose of
Okay.
fentanyl, correct?
Do you know whether that... Do you have actual knowledge that she lived that time?
I do have actual knowledge.
Okay, you can answer.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, report number 5 also limits it to 120 minutes, correct?
That's correct.
Thereby, again, eliminating Tracy Young from these reports, correct?
That's correct.
Now, in the several meetings you had with the prosecutors, you never brought to their attention the name Tracy Young, did you, sir?
That's not correct.
Okay. And
Well, I did bring.
Hold on, stop.
I did bring Tracy
Okay.
Young to the attention of the prosecutor.
And when exactly did you disclose Tracy Young to the prosecutors?
So I personally discovered Tracy Young, not through that report, but through a different communication around March of 2019. And then I brought it to the prosecution, I believe it was in the middle of April of 2019.
And that's because Dr. Husel had brought it up to his civil attorney's attention, correct?
That's correct.
And it was the civil attorney who asked Mount Carmel for the records of Tracy Young, correct?
That's correct.
Were you involved in the decision to tell Dr. Husel's civil lawyer that you had no record of Tracy Young ever dying at Mount Carmel?
To my knowledge, that's not what was said, but I wasn't directly involved.
My question to you, sir, were you involved in that decision to tell them?
Objection, Your Honor. He's answered this question. He is not aware of this.
Okay, stop. Finish your question.
Were you involved in the decision to advise the lawyer that you had no record of Tracy Young ever passing away at Mount Carmel.
Your question makes an assumption that I'm not aware of.
Okay, so you can't answer, well, hold on. You can't answer the question the way it was phrased.
That's correct.
Okay, new question then.
So fair to say you were not involved in that decision if that decision was made?
If for that reason,
Yeah, I'm trying to ask it in a way that you can answer. So my question to you, sir, is it's your testimony that you were not involved in that decision if that decision was made?
or that the decision was made for a different reason.
Or if it was made for a different reason?
That's
your
correct.
testimony?
Yes.
So, had Dr. Husel never brought this to everyone's attention based on his experience, you would never have brought it to the prosecutor's attention.
It's been asked and answered.
I'll withdraw the question. Now, sir, you testified under direct examination that you believe that the nurses and pharmacists who were at bedside and critical witnesses in this case were spoken to by human resources after the detectives, right?
I believe some were before and some were after.
But that wasn't your testimony, was it, sir? Under direct examination, you testified specifically that the detectives spoke to, let me finish the question, that the detectives spoke to the nurses and pharmacists before human resources spoke to them, correct?
I believe what I said, but I don't directly recall, is that after they requested that, we stopped. And most of them were after.
So you're not aware that that in fact did not occur? That all nurses and pharmacists involved in these 14 patients were spoken to before, not only by human resources, but also by risk management? Are you
Objection,
aware of
Your
that?
Honor. Assumes facts not in evidence.
Okay,
It is
sustain,
evidence, Detective Gillette.
sustain, rephrase.
Sir, are you aware that the 14 patients involved in this case were spoken to two different individuals at different times before detectives ever spoke?
Objection.
Okay, sustain. Let's go sidebar here. Ladies and gentlemen, entertain yourselves. Come on, let's hear some noise. You want me to throw you in back and make you come back? Okay.
And I have here 8 It's got peanut balls in there on our soccer field. Reevaluating what's on the soccer routine. And it doesn't have that.
I said, there's a person that pharmacist.
So they're
It gets worse as they get older.
step back and then
Girls are way more aggressive than boys
May I continue?
Hold on. What? Okay. Do we know when?
maybe the last 30 minutes.
Okay.
May I proceed?
You may.
Okay. pharmacists involved in the care of these 14 patients. I had said patients earlier, but I'm referring to the nurses and the pharmacists, that they were spoken to third by the detectives in this case.
Once again, objection, Your Honor. Assuming that's not in evidence.
I'll permit it. Do you know?
I do not know.
So when you testified under direct, it was your impression that the nurses and pharmacists had been spoken first by to the police and second by human resources?
That was my belief and understanding, yes.
Okay. Now, the pharmacists, I'm sorry, the patients in this case, you testified under direct examination that you met with Ron O'Brien and also the Vice President of Planning and Strategy to discuss who would speak to the patients' families first. Do you recall that?
As I said a few minutes ago, yeah, what we said was that we wanted to speak to the families and let them know, but wanted to do so in a way that would respect their process.
And you also stated that you wanted to be transparent to the families, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, sir, I want to ask you about your transparency with the family as it related to the conversations with these 14 patients. Were you being transparent with the family of Jeremiah Hodge and told them that 23 minutes before the palliative extubation that Dr. Husel had performed CPR on her
Objection.
and brought her back? Brought her heart back. Did you tell them that?
Objection.
I sustained it.
Did you give them that?
Okay.
Judge, I think we're going to get a sidebar.
Yeah, well, we can do a quick one over here. That's no problem. These guys, why don't we send them on their break just a few minutes early? And let's take 15 and then we'll deal with it. So, ladies and gentlemen, see you in 15 minutes. Have a wonderful break.
All right.
And I know I shorted you on testimony today in the first session. That was technical difficulty. Sorry. Okay, y'all can be seated. Hold on, you can speak for a second. Doctor, did you do any of the interviews with the families?
I did not.
Okay.
I think he testified he gave direction and he was a part of this process as to what would be told to the family.
Yeah, but he wasn't there to tell the families anything.
Okay, so I can ask him a different way. I'd rather the witness be excused for this judge.
Okay. You may step out. Go with Mr. Thomas. Remember my instructions. Katie's out.
I believe this witness testified that he was involved in the decision-making process to be transparent with these families. I think it is it's clear and proper cross-examination material to explore just how transparent he was with these families.
Okay, but he wasn't the one who gave the discussions directly with the families. How can he testify?
Well,
Is there any memorandum of what he
Well, I
testified
can
to?
ask him if he directed anyone to make these statements.
But then you went into your factual basis there about saving lives.
Well, my factual basis, I have a good faith basis to ask him these questions because they are what's in the records. I'm not making this stuff up.
Okay, then use the records, okay? You're asking him for what happened at the interviews with the families, and you're trying to back in other stuff. So if it's on these reports, then use them with the person on the reports.
Judge, I think under cross-examination, I can, if I have a good faith basis for the question, I can ask leading questions that ask the specific witness whether or not he disclosed certain information to these patients when claiming that he was transparent. I don't think, I would agree if I lined up, if I wanted to slow it down at a snail's pace, that I could retrieve all of the records and then do one record at a time as a basis for it. But I think I can represent to this court, and if I'm incorrect, certainly the prosecutor has the ability to point out my false statements during redirect and at any point in their case in chief. But I know I have a good faith basis to ask these questions. I've pulled these from the records, and I want to ask him in a leading way whether or not he directed and challenged his lack of transparency to the families in this case.
This isn't the appropriate witness to be asking specifics about what was or was not done in what's contained in these medical records. What this witness has testified to, it was the dosing habits at the time of palliative extubation, which was their concern. That's what the reports they ran are. That's what he is aware of. They want to bring in an expert witness to talk about the care Dr. Husel gave them, they can. If they want to talk to the doctors that were there or the nurses that were there, they can. This is an administrator who came in after the fact, and he is not the appropriate witness to be asking these questions of. He did not participate in these phone calls, as the court has stated. So this is an inappropriate line of questioning, Your Honor.
He's exactly the right witness to ask about this because he's the one coordinating with the prosecutors when and what is going to be told to these families. And he also testified that the reason he did it was to be transparent. And really, that's a bunch of baloney. And the fact that I can't challenge him on it because the prosecutor wouldn't do it that way is irrelevant. I think
He was the one who did the interaction with them, okay? You don't know what was said? Were the calls recorded?
I don't believe they were, sir.
Okay, so he did not make the phone calls. How can he testify as to what was said on the phone calls?
because he was a key decision maker as to what would be spoken about in these phone calls. And I can ask him a way, I will ask him in a way that incorporates that fact, that he didn't actually make the calls, but he directed and was a decision maker as to what would be disclosed. And then he goes and characterizes these phone calls as being transparent when in fact they were not.
Okay, but see, you want your cake and eat it too. You used your words this morning, okay? You want to be able to confront him about his policy decisions, but you want to do it with facts from the medical records. How do you do that logically connected since he wasn't the one who did the interviews?
Because we know what was told to the families because we had scripts. And
Then ask him if he sponsored the scripts.
he testified during direct examination that he met with the prosecutors, they made the decisions as to what would not be told to the family members, and because they didn't want to interfere with the investigation. We have in evidence the scripts, which are two different scenarios, one involving a detective reaching out to them first, and one involving Mount Carmel reaching reaching out to them first. He was a key decision maker. That's been established at Project Lighthouse, which includes these scripts, as it related to all of these decisions. So he wants to characterize this disclosure to the families as being transparent. Now that's having your cake and eating it too. If I'm not able to cross-examine him specifically as to what he directed them to disclose or not. Now,
But that wasn't what you were doing. You were sitting there testifying about what was in the medical records. You weren't disclosing his policy. You were confronting him with medical information about recitation and other things. And quite frankly, he's not the person to do that with.
Judge, if I have a good faith basis to ask him about a factor that he did not direct them to disclose, that I think that's a narrow question, a narrow avenue that I believe I should be permitted to go into. Now, I agree with the court in terms of not being able to say that he participated in it and he didn't tell family members this. I agree with that. But as to whether he directed anyone to do this because he's labeling it as transparent, I think that is proper and fodder for cross-examination.
Yeah, but even under your own argument, there's a logical offset there because you want him as to what he said, but you're trying to get in what he didn't say or didn't mention. Which would be either hearsay or speculation.
What he directed them to say.
Okay, but see, you're not doing it that way.
I agree, and I think...
You're doing it by bringing in collateral facts that are in the medical records that he doesn't know what was said to them. He can't speculate as to what was said.
So let me see if I can do it this way, Judge. What I would like to do is I would incorporate the fact that I have a good faith basis for and ask him if he directed anyone to tell the family members that fact.
We would object.
Still a problem.
Thank you.
You can talk to him about the policies. That's what he was testified to. But to go into the medical records line by line, how is that a good faith basis? You're asking him to speculate what's on the medical records unless he's got actual knowledge.
He does have actual knowledge. He just testified on direct examination. He put this Excel spreadsheet together, and then he did all of this work in reviewing the medical records. He's aware of these facts.
I think the court's made its ruling. May I use the restroom? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. If you want to proffer, I'll step out.
So,
Can Janet cover the proffer?
I'm just...
David?
Jan can cover the proper. You want to proper?
I was actually moving towards the restroom. I'll come in.
I'll be right back.
It's all right, go ahead.
Step off.
I'm Judge, just so we're clear, you're denying my ability to be able to go into...
I'm denying your ability to use the question format you're in. Now, if you can come up with some other theory that's not speculative or hearsay,
I have nothing to proffer, so you can go.
Thank you.
So shooting, commissioner's charge. Double shooting, commissioner's charge. Taking one of the suspect in custody. That's that. The problem, they're all rehearsed.
One of each one every 12 hours.
Be seated. Paul's our tech guy here, and he's done his little miracles here, and we've got it back up on the big screen. How long it's going to last, I don't know. Okay? But doctor, you're still under oath? You may proceed.
Dr. Roth, the reason that you met with the prosecutor multiple times and also with the media multiple times was because, in fact, you were aware that it was your position, that your position would be strengthened by indictments, correct?
No, it's not my understanding.
You're aware that that's what the thought process was behind Project Lighthouse, correct?
No.
Sir, I'm now showing you what's been Defense Exhibit MCD 11. That is a draft communications from plan and playbook from Project Lighthouse. Do you see that, sir?
I can't.
Okay. And for the record, that's MCD
Is it on your screen right there?
11?
Okay.
Okay. So right here, it gives you background and objectives. That's the first part of it, correct?
That's correct.
And then the strategy, right?
Correct.
Okay, on page 2 of the strategy, it says, while our position would be strengthened by an indictment, or S, our argument must be able to stand on its own regardless of what the county prosecutor does. You see that there, sir?
I do.
But yet it's your testimony. That was not your goal, correct?
Correct.
In addition, one of the strategies that you had was our messaging must appeal to the heart as well as the mind. The messaging from the doctor and nurses and pharmacists, who we have called the villains, will likely be heavy on emotion. Quote, we were just trying to alleviate acute suffering in the patient's last few minutes of life. Our emotional argument must be stronger. That was the strategy behind Project Lighthouse, was it not, sir?
That's what that document says at that point in time, yes.
But of course, that's not what your testimony is, right?
My testimony is that
You were just trying to be transparent.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, you can finish the answer. Is that your testimony?
yes.
That you were just trying to be transparent, right?
Yes.
Is that a yes? Now, you testified under direct examination that the only reason you hired a criminal defense lawyer to make this connection with the county prosecutor was because you guys were unfamiliar with how the criminal justice system works, right?
That was the main reason. That's right.
Okay. And you testified under direct examination when asked, I want to make sure I get the right word that you used. This one. Try the last page. Dr. Roth, you know they say young eyes are better than the old ones, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Back to my last set of questions. I'm again showing you the MCD 11, which is the plan and playbook for Project Lighthouse. On the last page, it says key audiences and spokespersons. And then it gives a list of people internally who you want to be the audience, right?
That we would need to communicate with, yes.
And then you have the external people, right?
Correct.
And that includes elected officials,
Correct.
like the prosecutor, the county prosecutor is an elected official.
He is. I don't know if that was specifically the reference for that.
Okay? And then you have your media, local, national, trades. You see that?
Correct.
And then it lists here who the key spokespeople will be. Right?
Correct.
And on there it gives Mount Carmel, starts with Ed.
Yes.
Right? And under Trinity Health, who's the first person listed?
My name. I am.
So when you testified a minute ago, that it wasn't your plan, it's just what the document says. That's not what the document says, correct?
Well, the document that was at a point in time on December 19th, when I met with, say, the dispatch, that was 4 weeks later.
So you had a change in strategy that indictments would not strengthen your position. Is that what your testimony is, sir?
To my knowledge, that is correct. That was not our primary purpose. Our primary purpose was to communicate what had happened.
But yet, it was you who met with the county prosecutors once, twice, three, four, 5 times. Correct?
Correct.
And in these 5 meetings, the first meeting you went to on the 17th, it was just you, the general counsel for Mount Carmel, and the vice president of planning and strategy, right?
That from a Trinity Health and Mount Carmel perspective, at the December meeting?
Yes.
Yes, technically that's correct.
So basically, it's you, a lawyer for Mount Carmel, and the press person for Mount Carmel, right?
And I believe Greg Peterson was there as well.
The criminal defense lawyer.
Yes.
So there's nobody there from Mount Carmel who was actually at the bedside or supervising those at the bedside to give facts to the prosecutors, right?
That would have happened through other channels.
My question to you is, there was nobody there who was at the bedside or who supervised those at the bedside that could give them facts, right?
Not at those meetings.
So then, the second meeting, it's you, again, criminal defense lawyer, you and 2 lawyers, right?
Correct.
Not even anybody from Mount Carmel, right? Except the lawyer.
Correct.
Then the third time, it's just you and the lawyer, right?
The third, can you give me the date for the third time, please?
February 5th.
Yeah, same group of people.
Okay. And you said that you don't recall February 7th, so that I won't ask you about. But the next time, on March 11th, it's just you and the prosecutors, correct?
No, I believe the same group of people were at each of these meetings, or at least those meetings.
So you and the lawyers.
Correct.
Again, nobody from the bedside or who supervised those at bedside that can give them facts, right?
Not within these meetings, that's correct.
And that's because your position would be strengthened with an indictment, right?
That is not the purpose for those meetings, no, sir.
This was all before Dr. Husel got indicted, that you met with the prosecutor, right?
Those meetings were before Dr. Husel was indicted, that's correct.
Now, while we're talking about lawyers, was your testimony on direct that you hired a lawyer, Greg Slimmer? Did I get that name right?
Mount Carmel did, that's correct.
Okay. For all the nurses and pharmacists, right?
Yes.
Okay. Despite the fact that that's one lawyer representing a potential conflict of interest of having all of these lawyers, all of these
Strike
nurses and
that.
pharmacists?
Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the question. Let's ask a proper question.
Sir, you're aware that one lawyer can't represent all of these nurses and pharmacists, right?
I'm not aware of how many a lawyer can represent or not represent.
And you're aware, or are you aware, sir, that this lawyer never attended a single interview by the detectives with his or her, his prospective client, or his actual client?
I am not aware of that.
So one lawyer representing all of these nurses and pharmacists didn't sit in for one single meeting with the detectives. Are you aware of that at all?
I said, no, I'm not aware.
And you stated that one of the reasons under direct, you were asked by the prosecutor as to whether it was a concern whether a hospital or its administrators would be charged with a crime. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Generally speaking, yeah.
Okay. And you stated that it wasn't a prominent concern, correct?
Correct.
But it was a concern, was it not?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, it was a concern because you're aware that there have been numerous hospitals and administrators who have been charged with their failure to control opioids. Is that a fact, sir?
No, and I'm not aware of a parallel case.
No, I'm not talking about a parallel case. What I'm asking you, sir, is you're aware that there was a major crackdown on hospitals and administrators as to their controlled substances.
Nationally speaking, yeah, that's right.
And that's something in your position that you have to be concerned about, right?
Yes.
And you're so concerned, sir, that you, in fact, have not one, but two lawyers who escorted you here today, right?
Okay.
Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
Sir, you've retained your own criminal defense counsel, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Objection, Your Honor.
How's it relevant? He has the right to counsel. Everybody has the right to counsel in the United
Yes, because
States.
it's an obvious concern of potential criminal charges.
Okay.
Lay outside of the jurisdiction.
No, we're done. Sustained. Next question. Disregard the last question in the conversation.
Sir, you stated under direct examination that you recall the line of questionings about Katie Barga not being a clinician. Do you remember that?
I remember asking whether she was or wasn't being asked whether she wasn't a clinician. That's correct.
Katie Barga didn't conduct this root cause analysis investigation by herself, right?
Correct.
There, in fact, was a team of medical professionals that were involved in this, correct?
Correct.
Including yourself.
No, I was not directly involved in that.
You didn't supervise it or were a part of it in any way, shape, or form?
I reviewed it after it was completed.
And you're aware that palliative care specialists were also involved?
Correct.
Now, sir, you also testified about your self-reporting to all the numerous agencies. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is, again, that you were trying to be transparent, correct?
Correct.
And part of that transparency was self-reporting to CMS, right?
I believe so, yes.
Sir, you know that you were contractually obligated to report to CMS under the ACO. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't because you were trying to be transparent and a good guy. You had to report to CMS. Otherwise, you would have been in violation of that contract with CMS, correct? Oh, excuse me, with ACO.
Yeah, because specifically this is about the ACO, not about, on direct, it was around Mount Carmel's participation with CMS. Those are two separate issues.
And you had to report to them.
With regard to the ACO, yes, sir.
And what is the ACO for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? What does that mean?
So the ACO is a relationship that Trinity Health enters into with Medicare to be accountable for the quality, cost, and experience of patients who have Medicare across Trinity Health.
Judge, if I could have a moment, I want to see if I have anything further. I have no further questions.
Mr. Zion?
Give me a minute.
Can I see NCP, please? NCP 11.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks. Do you recall Mr. Jose Baez a moment ago referring to what they've labeled as MCD 11 and him quoting, I believe it was this first part, our messaging must appeal to the heart as well as to the mind. Was that what he was referring to when he was quoting from this? Or was it on a different page?
I believe it was that section.
This is the section. The messaging from the doctor, nurses, and pharmacists, as he's quoting it, he said, who we will call the villains. Is that in there? Is that actually in there?
It is not.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about this villains document. Did that plan get implemented?
It did not.
When did that plan change?
To the best of my recollection, it was around between the week prior to and the week after Christmas of 2018 and early into 2019.
And is that the time you were taking over this investigation and this crisis?
I was more directly involved, that's correct.
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear your answer.
Someone coughed in the back.
Yeah, I was more directly involved, that's correct.
And was it your specific intention to not go that way and go a different way?
That is correct.
And what way did you believe was the appropriate way to handle this situation?
To inform the families what had occurred and what we were doing to investigate it and to share that publicly at the right time.
And as you testified, other public agencies?
Other agencies, yes, that's correct.
And did that include the county prosecutor's office?
It did.
And did you dictate to the county prosecutor how they were going to conduct their investigation?
I'll permit it's transitional.
I
Another
did.
question?
I did, Your Honor.
Okay.
I did not.
Did you dictate to the homicide detectives how they would conduct their investigations?
I did not.
Did you defer to the county prosecutor's office?
I did. On the matters of their investigation.
Did you defer to the detectives, the homicide detectives?
I did on the matters of their investigation.
Did Bill Gillette, did you meet Bill Gillette? Do you remember who that was?
I do.
Is he a doctor to your knowledge?
He is not.
Did he have a strong grasp of the medical issues that were involved? To your
To
understanding?
my understanding, he did not.
Are you a doctor?
I am.
Did you have a grasp of the medical issues that were involved?
I did.
Objection.
I'll permit it. Let's move.
In these meetings with the prosecutors and the police, did you explain to them the medical issues involved?
I did. I spoke to them to the facts.
Are you an attorney, sir?
I am not.
Do you have any specialized experience with criminal law?
I do not.
Did you hire those around you that might?
I did.
Why?
because the complexity of the situation meant that we would be dealing with those issues, and we wanted
This is
to.
beyond the scope.
I disagree. I'll permit it.
This was objected to by the prosecutor and sustained, and now he's asking about it.
No, one part of it was you're correct, but I'll permit it.
Would you mind restating the question? I apologize.
Why?
Because there are aspects of the situation that were going to involve those parties, and we wanted to make sure we had the full understanding of that.
All right.
I would object to that.
All right, well, then we can approach.
Okay, let's approach then. Thought I'd get through a session. How was your soccer game this last weekend, Ms. Schaefer?
We got beat up.
Oh, well, I bet they're just dying to find out how badly they were beat up.
Showing you what I've marked for identification purposes as 27A. Look at that and see if I recognize that document.
I do.
What is that document?
That's an article in the Columbus Dispatch.
For the record, 27A is an article in the dispatch from, what?
We have a 27A, make it B.
We'll make this 27B, Your Honor, my apologies. 27B, an article from February 22nd of 2019. Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
It references, quotes repeatedly, a Dr. Dan Roth, Executive Vice President and Chief Clinical Officer of Michigan-based Trinity Health. Who is that?
That is me.
And are you quoted by name and occupation in there?
I am.
So when you recall giving interviews with the media, did you do this anonymously, or I think the phrase was off the record, or were you identifying yourself and being quoted in those media releases?
I was identifying myself and being quoted in those.
And was this part of your effort and Trinity's effort to be transparent in this process?
It was.
Did you frame Dr. Husel for murder?
I did not.
Did you tell the county prosecutor to frame Dr. Husel for murder?
Objection, Judge.
This is right answering their question, Judge.
I'll permit it.
I did not.
Did you tell the homicide detectives that they had to frame Dr. Husel for murder?
Judge,
I did not.
My questions had nothing to do with framing anybody.
Okay, you may not use the framework.
And it's leading.
Overruled.
And it's leading.
It is leading. Rephrase.
Who, if anyone, did you tell the police to frame for murder out of the dosing habits of Dr. Husel in the nighttime ICU during palliative extubation?
Objection, Judge.
That was open as can be. Who, if anyone?
I know. It's overruled.
I did not tell anybody to do that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, you may step down. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Call Dr. Ralston to the stand.
We can at least get started with him. We got some time. You guys holding up okay? Did you flood him with sugar this morning again?
No.
Not yet? Okay. down, doctor. I need you to go through the little obstacle course here.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but yourself, you got it?
I do.
Okay, you may get yourself comfortable. You can lower your mask if you're more comfortable. It's up to you. Okay? Okay, I need you to state your name for the record. You got that aerial mic there in front of you?
Okay.
State your name for the record and spell your name so that my court reporter can get used to your voice.
Sure. David Ralston, D-A-V-I-D, Ralston, R-A-L-S-T-O-N.
Can you all hear him?
Yes.
Madam Court Reporter? Okay, Mr. Zion.
Thank you. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you do for a living?
I am an ICU and pulmonary physician and sleep physician at Mount Carmel.
And how long have you been so employed?
Since 1997 with Mount Carmel.
What type of education, starting with college, did you need to do to become what you do today?
I went to college at Miami University. I then went to Ohio State Medical School. I then went into an internal medicine pediatric residency program for 4 years. And then I went to a fellowship in pulmonary critical care for 3 more years.
So that we could give you some so that you could give them some reference how long you've been doing that. What year did you graduate medical school?
1990.
All right. And then you were an MD at that point?
Yes, sir.
Licensed to practice in the state of Ohio?
With limitations, being a resident, yes.
Okay. So 32 years ago?
Yes, I guess so. Yes, sir.
Around 32 years you've been a doctor or graduated medical school? So what was your first residency in?
In 1990 through 94, I went into internal medicine pediatric residency, where I was eligible to be board certified in internal medicine and pediatrics.
And did you become board certified in either one of those areas?
I became board certified in internal medicine. I was wanting to be a family doctor, but then I fell in love with pulmonary and critical care medicine, so I did not become board certified in pediatrics.
Did you take any additional training or classes in critical care or pulmonary medicine?
After the residency, I had to do a 3-year fellowship in pulmonary and critical care medicine from 1994 through 1997.
Tell us what pulmonary care medicine, pulmonary, what does that word mean? What are we referring to when we say pulmonary?
Sure. It involves the treatment for patients with lung issues in general.
Okay. And critical care, pulmonary critical care. Describe to them what that involves, what a pulmonary critical care doctor does, and what you were trained to do.
Sure. A critical care physician is responsible for taking care of very sick patients in the ICU. Usually these patients are on the ventilator, and our role is to work with the patients to put them on life support, and then eventually try to get them off life support once their disease process is hopefully improved.
And you got that board certification in 1994?
I got that board certification, I think, in 1997.
You started in 94, I think you said.
Yeah, 94, yes.
Okay, so in 1997, what do you do once you're board certified in pulmonary critical care medicine?
I joined Mount Carmel at that point on their private practice group at that point.
Can you describe what that means and what you're doing on a daily basis then in 1997?
Sure. Basically, we would see, it would vary on a weekly basis. We'd have weekly rotations. I would work in the office for 1 week, seeing outpatients, patients with lung problems in the office. I would then rotate into the ICU for usually a week at a time. And then I would also see patients in the hospital on the floors with lung problems in general as well, too.
So you're taking care of people in like an office setting, like I have lung problems, I go to you, call up, make an appointment, and you look at me and you're examining at the office.
Yes, sir.
And then you're also seeing people in the ICU. Those would be generally people on ventilators.
Yes, in general, the very sick patients in general. Yes, sir.
But then you're also walking to the other floors that say, I'm not sick enough to be in the ICU, but I'm having breathing problems. They might call Dr. Ralston in to see what's up with my lungs.
Yes, sir, as a consultant.
Okay. So how long did you do that? That started in 97, so that's 25 years ago?
Yes, sir.
How long are you doing that?
I'm still doing that today. Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've done this for 25 years.
Yes, sir.
Now, just to be clear, are you an employee of the hospital itself?
I was not an employee initially. For several years, I was in private practice, but over the past, I think it's about 5 years or so that, yes, I became part of the Mount Carmel Medical Group, which is the physician component of hospital physicians, basically.
Okay. And the company you work for, is it wholly owned by Mount Carmel then?
I'm not sure.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But you work for Mount Carmel, but you're not like exactly an employee of Mount Carmel. There's a company there.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And does your company manage the ICU?
We're consultants in the ICU, yes.
All right. And back in the relevant time frames, 2013 to 2018, what, if any, responsibilities did you have regarding the management of the intensive care unit at Mount Carmel West?
I was the medical ICU director at that point.
So tell the folks what the medical ICU director does and what your responsibilities were on a day-to-day basis.
Sure. It's not necessarily a day-to-day basis, but it's more administrative in general. They would ask my opinion about a new ventilator of some sort, a new defibrillator to shock patients' hearts, to report to all the governing bodies, for example, issues with infections, secondary infections, things like that.
Okay. Did you have any other administrative duties as far as scheduling, things like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell us prior to 2013, what, if any, doctors were on the night shift at the ICU?
Sure. At the time, Mount Carmel was a teaching program, so we had young physicians in their internal medicine residency at that point. They were in training, and so they would be responsible for the care of the patients at night with myself and my partners readily available by phone if any issues, or even to come in if necessary.
Were you actually physically at the hospital, you or your partners?
No, sir.
And residents, those are the folks that have graduated medical school and are still training?
Yes, sir.
All right, so they're still kind of student doctors at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at some point, did that change regarding the coverage of the nighttime ICU?
Yes, the residency program at that point, because of some of the work hour shift in thinking, working hours, not want to work them too long, they decided not to provide ICU coverage at night with the residents at that point.
What, if any, change occurred to your knowledge?
At that point, you needed to have physicians at bedside at night, so therefore 2 physicians were hired to provide the nighttime ICU coverage.
Do you recall the names of those 2 physicians?
Sure. Dr. Husel and Dr. Hagris.
Is Dr. Hager still part of this group working nights?
Yes, sir.
Were you part of that hiring process?
I talked to the physicians, but it was not ultimately my final say one way or the other.
And this was in 2013?
Yes, sir. By best recollection, yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if any, interactions you had with William Husel, one of the 2 that were hired, and or Dr. Hayes, just in general, and then any specific interactions you recall having when they began?
Your Honor, it's a compound question. If we could.
Rephrase.
Did you have, what, if any, interactions did you have with Dr. Husel when he was hired?
When he was hired or after he was hired, I apologize.
Well, at that time, in 2013, I mean, did you walk through, just how much you did?
When he was hired, I sat down with him. He told me his background. I told him what to expect with the job, basically. I'm sure I gave him a little tour of the ICU at that point. And that's kind of my interactions with him.
What about Dr. Haggis?
Objection is to relevance.
I'll permit it.
It was probably the exact same thing that I did with Dr. Husel.
And they were hired about the same time?
By my recollection, yes, sir.
All right. And were they hired for a specific shift?
Yes, they were hired to work from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
All right. Did they split the week then?
Yes, they would get together and make their own schedules and things like that.
All right. So what were your hours and what were your partner's hours?
We really don't have shift work. We basically would show up around 8:30 in the morning, and then we would basically stay until all the work was done. Sometimes that would mean we had to stay because of some of the governing bodies' regulations, but sometimes it'd be an 8-hour day, some days it'd be a 12-hour day. You can't predict sometimes with the ICU.
Okay. And is, just for the jury's reference, is Dr. Giannucci one of your partners working day with you as well?
Yes, among others, yes.
Okay. So what, if any, interactions on a day-to-day basis between 2013 and 2018 did you have with either Dr. Husel or Dr. Haggis?
Objection, Your Honor, is to compound.
Two-part question is,
Yeah, well, that's a very objection.
what interactions between 2013 and 2018 did you have with Dr. Haggis?
If I was there late, taking care of a sick patient, I would say, hey, there's this sick patient, keep your eye on tonight. Or if there was a patient expected from an outside hospital, say, hey, there's a patient coming in. It was professional sort of checkouts as much as possible. The residents would do the formal checkouts, but if I was there late, which I was fairly often, I would be focused on specific patients in general.
What about Dr. Husel?
Very similar.
Did you have any interactions with Dr. Haggis outside of your professional relationship?
No, sir.
Did you have any interactions with Dr. Husel outside of your professional relationship?
No, sir.
Could you characterize how often you would have these interactions?
It would depend
Interactions.
with Dr. Husel or Dr. Haggis.
Let's start with Dr. Haggis.
Okay. It would depend if, obviously we're on a rotation, so in the weeks in the ICU, I would have those interactions. On the weeks I'm not in the ICU, I would have 0 interactions.
What about Dr. Husel?
Very similar.
All right. Were there ever any formal or informal team meetings that would be arranged with the 2 nighttime ICU doctors?
Yes, Dr. Swanner would have set meetings with them, and if I could attend, I would attend the meetings, which I think was a good thing.
What was the nature of these meetings? What in general would we discuss?
Basically, just to see how things are going at night. You don't want the night people to feel isolated or that they're not appreciated. Having a night ICU doc is precious. You want to make sure that they're happy. Otherwise, I would be the one working nights in general. So you want to make sure that they're happy. They may bring up issues that you didn't think about that occurs at nights and things like that.
Were any of these issues ever brought up to you by Dr. Husel?
No, sir.
What was Dr. Husel's training, to your understanding?
He was at the Cleveland Clinic and had done anesthesia as his critical care pathway.
Explain what that means, his pathway versus what?
Well, my pathway is internal medicine, so I did an internal medicine residency first, and then on top of that, I did the critical care component, a pulmonary critical care component on top of the internal medicine component. With there's several pathways you can become critical care certified. And that's the other way is through anesthesia, because they also deal with ventilators and things like that. So he did, I'm guessing, I don't have his CV in front of me, but he did, or his resume, he went through an anesthesia program and then did an additional year of training in critical care.
All right, so your pathway was internal medicine versus your understanding of Dr. Husel's pathway was anesthesia and then critical care.
Yes, sir.
And are there other pathways to become a critical care doctor?
I think there's also a surgical pathway. People who are surgeons can also do additional training and do surgical critical care. And even the neurosurgeons, I think, have a way to do neurocritical care, which is more specialized than just general critical care.
So there are several paths to do what you do.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've done this since 1997. Do you know what Dr. Husel's prior experience in critical care was prior to him being hired in 2013?
No, sir. I thought he was just probably fresh out of his training. I thought, if I remember correctly.
All right. And are there any other doctors with Dr. Husel on a regular basis working his night shift with him?
Towards the end, I think we were incorporating some critical care nurse practitioners in general, but that would be about it.
Yes, but any other doctors, any other critical care doctors?
No, sir.
So that if there were questions on that shift, there were no other critical care doctors working with him?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And Hagris would be working the other part of the week?
Yeah, it would be rotating every other week. So one week it'd be Dr. Husel, the next week it'd be Dr. Hagris, unless they were on vacation or something.
If Dr. Hagris had any questions for you or for your team during the daytime, you having done this since 1997, could they have reached out to you at any point?
Yes, sir.
Could Dr. Husel, if he had any questions, being a new doctor to your understanding, reached out to you or to your team at any point with any questions or concerns? Could that have happened?
Yes, sir.
And to your memory, in the 5 years he was there, did that ever happen?
I don't recall that ever happened, no, sir.
So let's talk about palliative extubation. What does that term mean to you as a medical critical care doctor?
That means at that point you are removing life support and without plans of reinitiating that life support, and you still care about the patient, but your focus is more on comfort at that point.
All right. So that's what the palliative part means?
Yes, in general, yes. I use a different term, but
What term do you use?
I use compassionate extubation is the term that I use.
So instead of palliative, use the term compassion.
I think it's easier for the families to use and interact with families. Palliative or terminal extubation is just harsh, I think, in general.
Sure. But the terminal extubation, terminal weaning, those are the same things.
A terminal extubation and terminal weaning is a little different. Terminal extubation is where you take the tube out of the mouth, while terminal weaning is where you just turn down the oxygen on the ventilator.
All right, so talk about specifically what's involved. So palliative means comfort care. Use the word compassion meaning comfort care. What's the extubation part mean? Explain to them what that physically involves, why that word is being used.
Could you repeat the question? I guess
What is extubation?
Oh, I'm sorry. It means to physically take the breathing tube out of someone's trachea or windpipe, the big pipe in the lungs, and to take it out at that point.
Okay. And are there other times when you would extubate somebody besides in a palliative or compassionate setting?
Yes, sir. Hopefully when patients are better from pneumonia or when their lungs are damaged from smoking, and you can get them off the ventilator that way.
For people that you hope are going to live after you pull the tube out.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So let's talk about a regular extubation. Someone's going to get better in your estimate and everyone's estimate. And it's decided medically to pull that tube out and get them off the ventilator, the machine breathing. What, if anything, is involved pain medication-wise in that process? In that process of we're going to continue on with their care.
You don't necessarily give pain medication at that point. You actually try to decrease the pain medications to a reasonable level so that they're awake enough to cooperate with you once the tube is out. That way the patient can cough and bring up secretions and help you with the extubation process.
Okay. What about benzodiazepines in a regular just extubation, not compassionate, not palliative? What about any benzodiazepines? Do you give them any benzodiazepines when it's expected that their care will continue and life-saving care will continue?
Your Honor, I think it's irrelevant as to what's done with those that are going to continue life-saving measures.
I'll permit it.
No, you would try those are like Valium-like medicines that help relax you, so you would try to keep those at the lowest dose or discontinue those as well too.
So based on your training and experience, is the process of pulling that tube out, tell me where that tube is first. How's it get down there? Where is it? What's it doing down there?
It is placed through the mouth, between the vocal cords, and then put into the big pipe in the going to both lungs called the trachea, the big breathing tube right here.
Okay, so for the record, you're pointing like
To the middle of my chest, yes.
Yeah. And is that process, intubating someone, is that painful based on your training and experience?
It is uncomfortable. You do give medications to sedate the patient while you do that, because it's very normal to, I always make an analogy to families. It's like getting your throat swab for strep. You cough, you gag. It is uncomfortable. Put the tube in. Yes, sir.
All right. What about pulling that tube out? What's your experience and your training tell you about the level of pain and or anxiety that involves?
Most patients are glad to have the tube out because they're very awake and alert. You will gag a little bit, but the ongoing stimulus of the coughing and gagging has been removed, and so it's very slightly uncomfortable, but it's not painful in my experience.
Mr. Zion, can I see counsel sidebar?
Yes, sir.
Talk. So did you find out anything interesting about the jurors weekend?
We were talking about the coaching.
Ah, it's one of her favorite hobbies. You ready there? Mr. Zion?
So let's talk about palate extubations. That's when, as you explained, you're not expected, we're shifting to comfort care at this point. No further medical life-saving measures are going to be used, right?
Yes, sir.
In your experience, what is that process? Not talking about in general, I'm talking about subjectively. Your experience, what's the first thing you do?
It's a pretty lengthy process. You want me to go through?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Well, first things first, Doc. Have you ever done one?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Now you can take off with it.
Thank you. How many do you think you've done?
Too many, I guess, with COVID, to be honest with you. Over my career, over 20 years, maybe 1,000 or so, and that I don't keep track. I don't know.
So you say it's a lengthy process. Start us at the beginning of this lengthy process.
Basically,
We'll get back here. I want you to speak up.
sure. Basically, you want to make sure you have a very good relationship with the family. You want to sit down and talk to them, and when they hit the ICU, you really want to find out who can legally make these sort of decisions. Who's the decision maker is what I always call. Who's the decision maker? You want to establish a relationship with the family. They want to be able to trust you, and you want to relay trust and confidence to them as well too. And then at that point, you've been updating them every day. I make family rounds every day. You update the family. You talk to them. At that point, ultimately, sometimes the body says they're not going to make it, essentially. And you sit down with the family and you try to figure out what that loved one would want under these circumstances. The first transition is you try to eventually discuss with family code status is the first thing.
Explain code status to the folks here.
Sure. There's 3 codes in the state of Ohio, 3 code levels, for lack of a better term. One, obviously, is a full code. As I always tell families, if you keel over, I'm trained to come running in, try to restart your heart with the best technology available, best skills available. Not guaranteed, but we try our best. The second is a Dnr CC, which is Dnr Comfort Care arrest, which basically means we do everything up until the point where the heart stops. At that point, the heart stops. We don't go running in, shock the heart, beat on the chest, put tubes in the airways, things like that. Now, obviously, the third one is Dnr Comfort Care, where at that point, again, the care doesn't stop. You still care about the patient, but your focus shifts on comfort as a top priority. So the first thing you want to do is, at least as a family, is Dnr CC arrest is usually the first step, because really this patient came in, usually it's a tragic event. The family's in shock, essentially. And so you want to give the family time to digest everything, talk about in-the-life issues as honestly and realistic as possible. And then after time, you sit down with the family and you say, the family will say, under circumstances, we don't want further aggressive interventions. And then I say, well, that sometimes means taking the tube out. And I try to go through that whole process of what that entails. And then I always like to have lots of ears in the room sometimes to listen. I like to get the bedside nurse in the room when I talk to the families and things. We have chaplain support that's always nice to have. And it is a process over time, but when the family reaches that, when I and the family the family is the patient advocate, I'm the patient advocate as well too. And at that point, if we decide somewhat together that it's time, then we start the process. We kind of pick a date and a time which is convenient for the family. we try to avoid holidays and birthdays and things like that. And then at that point, we would give medications to ease suffering and take the tube out with the family at bedside. I always like to be present, and then I like to always just stop back by 10 minutes later, 15 minutes later, to at least say, hey, how's things going, and talk to the family as well, too.
So you said it's a planned event.
Typically it is, yes, sir.
In your 1,000 or so, would you ever characterize any of them as emergencies?
No, sir.
Let's talk about the medicines you give. You said on a regular extubation, you try to decrease the benzos and the pain medication. On a palliative extubation, or your words, a compassionate extubation, you said you give medicines. Tell them why you're giving the medicines at this point, and at what point are you doing it? Are you doing it before the tube comes out, after, etc.?
Sure. Based on the disease state of the patient, sometimes I give medicine ahead of time. I use morphine in my practice. That's what I use, morphine. I use a drug called Versed or midazolam it's a Valium sort of medicine. It's a relaxation medicine. The nice thing about it also has amnesia properties as well too. So it takes away memory of this. And this is after I've prepped the family pretty hard. Here's what to expect. Here's what could happen. Things like that.
What specifically are you preparing it for? What are symptoms, etc.? Tell us.
Sure. I basically talk to the family that the medicines that I give act on the top part of the brain. That's the part of the brain that perceives pain and suffering. But the human body is an amazing thing. It really is an amazing thing. The body will fight to live, even though the chemicals I'm giving affects the top part of the brain, so the patient's not perceiving pain, but the patient certainly may breathe fast, may have problems swallowing the spit from the back of the throat. Secretions is sort of the term for that. I always tell a family, you can be in the room when we take the breathing tube out. You can be outside the room and come right in. You can stay out in the waiting area, or you can be in the next county. I always say it's a personal threshold. We all have personal thresholds, and it's not a test of love to be in the room when this occurs.
Tell us about are there terms for that? Hold your hand to your throat. You said the rapid breathing. Is there a term for that?
Yeah, it's called agonal breathing, which may be either rapid, fast, shallow breathing, or it may be just intermittent gasp intermittently, not a normal breathing pattern.
With the medications you give them ahead of time, or at whatever time you think is appropriate, that affect the top part of their brain, the benzos and the morphine, that guppy, agonal breathing, is it also sometimes called guppy breathing? Am I using the right term there?
Sure, the rapid, shallow breathing, yes, sir.
Okay. Is that in and of itself inherently painful or anxiety-inducing for the patient?
For the patient, no.
And is that why you prepare the family for that possible symptom of the dying process?
Right. I tell the family that we are going to do the best to relieve any suffering as much as possible. But again, the human body's, once you take the breathing tube out, the dying process is the dying process.
What about secretions? Is there any medicine you can get part of this planning process to help with the secretions? Is that also sometimes referred to as the death rattle? Yes,
it's the noise in the back of the throat. Typically, we can give drying of secretions. Atropine is a commonly drug that's used. There's other medications. And you basically try to give that ahead of time a little bit as well, too. Sometimes it's very successful. Sometimes it's not as successful as I would want.
Now, when someone is intubated on the ventilator and before the DNR, CCA, or CC decision is made, do you ever give patients paralytics?
When a patient's on the ventilator? Yes, sir.
And what would be the purpose, what is the purpose of paralytics? And then first explain what are paralytics and what would be the purpose of giving them to them?
when you're paralyzed, I always make the analogy, it's like when you're going for surgery. You can't move. You don't want the surgeon cutting on something that's moving or anything, so you are actually not able to move. There's chemicals that prevent you from moving. When you are paralyzed with a ventilator, that basically means we are taking total control of your breathing at that point. That improves at times. The lungs' job is to do two things. One is to get in oxygen. The other is to get rid of the waste product, which is the carbon dioxide. And so therefore, the lungs, the paralytic, when we take over total control of the breathing, the goal is to improve oxygenation and ventilation with the ventilator.
What, if anything, is part of this described long, sometimes long process with preparation for palliative extubation, compassionate extubation, do you do in regards to paralytics that a patient might be on?
It's extremely important to make sure that the paralytics have been cleared from the bloodstream.
Why is that extremely important?
Okay, hold on, doctor. That's in your practice? That's in your practice?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yes, and all of this, if I say anything, asking you to opine about something that's not, I'm talking about your practice and your experience.
Sure, and I guess I should phrase, in my practice, I guess, you have to stop it ahead of time because you don't want to take the tube out and then the patient not making effort of breathing because that's not ethically the right thing to do.
Why not?
Objection, Your Honor, is what's ethically appropriate.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay,
Sustained.
ethics aside, in your experience, in your practice, what would happen to a person on paralytics when you take, if they're still on paralytics when you take them off the breathing machine?
Well, it deprives me of two things. One is the ability to assess how much pain and discomfort they are in because they can't respond to any stimuli. And it basically would not allow them to breathe even once you take the tube out.
I thought the purpose was so they could die. What difference does that make?
Okay,
Objection.
sustained.
And move to strike.
And strike. Disregard the question.
How long does it take paralytics to wear off?
It depends on the disease process, how much liver disease, how much renal disease is present, the type of paralytics that's used. It varies, and you have to check for it before you take the breathing tube out, that it's cleared.
Okay. How do you check for it?
You do what's called a train of four. Fancy term, train, like a choo-choo train, but you put things to stimulate the muscles, and it puts a little electrical shock, not painful or anything. I do that to the residents to show them, but it basically makes you, if you give a little electrical shock, your hand will twitch, and you want to see all four twitches. If you give a shock and it doesn't twitch, that means that they're still paralyzed at that point.
And how do the paralytics clear the system?
Usually by either coming out in your urine, you're renally excreted, or cleared by the function of the liver.
So they just come out of bed, it's just a matter of time?
Yes, sir.
And as part of this planned procedure, you have that time?
Yes, sir. And you prep the family ahead of time to tell them you would have to make sure the paralytic is cleared.
All right. Let's talk about the medicines you use as part of the palliative or compassionate extubation in your experience. What would you generally start with and the doses you would use?
Sure. Obviously, every patient is unique and different. Sometimes I would give the pain medications before the extubation, sometimes afterwards, but typically I use 2, maybe 4 milligrams of morphine and 2 of Versed.
All right. And do you use those at the same time?
Yes, sir.
And clinically in your practice, do you do that before extubation, during extubation, or after extubation?
Again, it's very patient-specific. Some patients, I feel comfortable with their disease process. I do not have to give it before extubation. If I do, I try to give it 10 minutes or so before to allow it to kick in or to be effective. And then afterwards, we would give it based on as-needed basis, called PRN, as-needed basis, and then we can give more smaller doses as necessary in that process.
Is there any danger in giving too big of a dose based on your training and experience and your practice?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it's a great time to go to lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, the guy is here to supposedly fix the system. So let's come back at 1:15. Almost still only 15 minutes to make up for whoever was stuck in the traffic jam this morning. I heard it was horrible. Okay? I'm the one who gets to sit, I guess. I should stand. But... You guys have a great lunch. Okay, you can be seated. Doc, you're on the stand right now. You can't discuss your testimony with anybody. So if anybody comes to you and they
We have a whole sheet.
That's why we're going to try these speakers so that it goes directly to them. We also have to we can't do it, but they can do it.
Yeah, but they're coming on Friday. Because they were here earlier. Because the whole thing was just crazy. It wouldn't hook up on the internet, it wouldn't hook on the main station. We had to do a loop around where we get it. No, the whole media room back there, this thing all down.
Well, you know, listen. So if I can come up with solutions, I would at least want it to be better.
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, Susan. I'm going to be politicking hard. Because I got jurors who really want it down.
Because they can hear.
Because they can't hear, they're uncomfortable, they're coughing.
They want the ones
I don't know what it
taking,
makes like.
they want the ones taking down between them also.
They would like it all down. But if you're saying that's not a possibility, I will at least settle for taking the front glass out. They can have the glass in between. That's in the
The glass between the doors one and two.
Yeah.
But I did cut it.
They did cut it, but it didn't help.
Mention, and I've heard it a couple times, able
As a matter of fact, they were not happy with that.
Well, I know, that was not supposed to happen.
Wow, that was a mistake.
I know.
I'm not sure what I'm hearing. Then Weaver was it the
What do you anticipate what I would want?
Thank you.
So that you also wanted one of them from the gallery. Is that what I'm hearing also, or is it here on the gallery?
Well, the gallery can't hear. If you solve that, that's fine.
Well, I think we can solve this also, but I can't solve the feeling of claustrophobia. I can solve the sound problem.
You can, but you can't.
Well, I mean, with the speaker, I can't. That's all that.
I'm not mad at you,
I'll add that.
okay? Stand with me, explain to me why.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. I don't know what I had to do.
I don't care, that's fine.
I'm just saying, I feel like that's at least I know it doesn't help you.
You want to go get Dr. Ralston?
If we can live with a little inconvenience there,
Oh, I'm just saying, you just do the congestion that comes in here.
then they can put them right back up.
All right.
But I don't know if it'll work there because of the way it puts it, that's up against it. They'd have to take down the whole thing in order to do it.
This.
These panels here,
These are special. We had this. They have a special order. Yeah, they either all stay or all go. I don't do that.
It's just one foot.
what about the witness box?
It's just going to hurt our returns if it falls apart.
Well, what we're doing is connecting the listening devices, the ones we assisted listening devices, and then having that projected through the speaker. And
Sorry. It's too
Okay, we can test it out.
yeah, I was going to say, it
Are you hooked up, Bob?
causes too much feedback.
Okay, let's try it. There's a slight ruffle.
I just hear white noise.
Test.
Is that white noise from
Well,
Test 1, 2. All I hear is white noise. Paul, we'll fix it tonight. Go ahead, then. We'll see what we can do next.
Where's the good doctor?
So the question then
He's in the
Okay.
hallway.
is the redemption.
well, I think there's always redemption.
If it's not successful, I don't mind talking to her about it. Just foreshadow me.
First of all, I already told her what was coming before I had a conversation. I already did. I already did.
But I won't do it yet. Okay, remember you're under oath. Never mind that when the jury's present, okay? Just relax right now. We stand when the jurors come in. Okay? Thank you, Susan. Are we ready, man? Yeah. I am.
All rise. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're very happy to make good lunch for the continuing testimony of Mr. Zion.
Thank you. Judge Holbrook, defense counsel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Dr. Ralston, I believe we left off with your dosing habits during palliative extubations. Just to recap, if I may, I believe you said it was 2 to 4 milligrams of morphine you would generally start with, depending on the circumstances, and then perhaps 2 milligrams of Versed, also known as midazolam.
Yes, sir.
And that's your typical starting point?
Yes, sir.
All right. What, if any, risks are you aware of, based on your training and experience, of using benzodiazepines and opioids together?
There is a chance for potentiation together.
What is
in
that?
general.
Is that another word for synergy?
Yes, sir. They combine together can cause some side effects.
Okay. What are those side effects?
Mainly respiratory drone, respiratory depression, sleepiness, extra sleepiness.
Okay. Do you ever start off with larger doses based on your experience of morphine and or Versed?
In my experience, I do not. I usually start off low dose, and then I come back and reassess myself and see if they need more. So small, frequent doses is what I use in general.
And when you say frequent, how frequent would these doses be?
15, 20, 30 minutes, every 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. And what would be a typical redose if the patient does need more based on your observations?
It depends. It's unique each time, but 2 milligrams again, or a little bit more Versed, if 1 milligram sometimes if necessary.
1 milligram of what?
I'm sorry, morphine.
Okay. Do you use fentanyl in your practice with palliative extubations?
No, sir.
All right. Are you familiar with the analgesic comparison between morphine and fentanyl?
Yes, sir.
And could you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the equal analgesic comparison is between morphine and fentanyl?
1 milligram of morphine is 10 of fentanyl.
10 what of fentanyl?
Micrograms.
And what is a microgram in comparison to a milligram?
The metric system is, let's see, I'm sorry, it's microgram is 1/1000th of a gram.
Of a gram or a milligram?
It'd be 10 of a milligram, I think. I'm not sure of the conversions between the metric system, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, what would 1 milligram of morphine be equal to, your understanding, in micrograms of fentanyl?
10.
So 1 milligram equals 10 micrograms, mcg, of fentanyl?
Yes, sir.
So is it then that 2 milligrams of morphine would be equal to 20 micrograms of fentanyl?
Yes, sir.
Would 3 milligrams of morphine equal to 30 micrograms of fentanyl?
Yes, sir.
And so 4 milligrams, and you said that's the upper dose of what you generally give, to start would be equal to 40 micrograms of fentanyl. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. What happens after you administer these doses and pull out the extubation? You've indicated that you keep an eye on your patients?
Yes, sir. Sometimes I give it before I extubate, sometimes I give it afterwards. It depends on the patient. But what I would do then is probably stop back by about 15, 20 minutes later, just check in with the family and see how things are going and use my own judgment. I like to look at a patient myself if I think they're having any discomfort or suffering, and then to kind of address any family concerns at that point. Say, hey, I know they look like they're breathing fast, but I know that medicines we're giving them are effective, is working for them, things like that.
So you mentioned one of the things you're looking for is the breathing fast. What other things are you looking for in your patient to assess their level of pain and or anxiety?
I'm looking at their heart rate sometimes. I'm looking at, are they grimacing at all? Also getting a little read on the family. How's the family doing? See if they think the patient's suffering at all. Because they know the patient better than I do, as I always say. So I want to get their input as well, too. And it's just a gestalt over practice, I guess. It's nothing that I can say, aha, one number makes me commit one way or the other.
What was that word you used?
Gestalt. I'm sorry, it's a medical term meaning for overall feeling of what's going on. I guess it's German. So.
Okay. So do your patients invariably die on the ICU floor once they've been, in your experience of, you said maybe over 1,000 of these, do they all die on the ICU floor?
No, I warned the family ahead of time. The patient may last moments, minutes, days, or hours. I kind of warned the family about that ahead of time. Sometimes if they are breathing and blood pressure is okay, then a lot of times the consideration should be transferring up to what the hospice or palliative care floor in general.
Okay, so they could be transferred after a time off the ICU floor to a palliative or hospice.
Yeah. And the advantage for the family can visit more and things like that and be with their loved one.
All right. I'd like to talk about your care of some of the patients in this particular case that we're here for today. Showing you what I've marked for identification purposes has State's Exhibit 1D, as in David. It's just his note regarding Joanne Belisari. For the record, 1D is a 2-page document. Sir, do you recognize this 2-page document?
Yes.
And what is that 2-page document?
It looks like, let me glance at it here a second. It looks like a progress note.
Authored by who?
Let's see.
And I'm referring just to the one authored by you, by the way.
Yeah, it was down here by me. The bottom part is a brief progress note.
Okay. And what date was that?
I'm sorry, I'm not used to seeing them in this format, so I apologize. It looks like May 1st, 2015.
All right. And in general, what is that progress note speaking of regarding just what you did, not what anyone else did, what you did on the case of Joanne Belisari?
The patient was not thinking well. That's what altered mental status looks like. It looked like she was in respiratory distress.
What does that mean?
She was having a hard time breathing on her own. She's probably breathing fast and not breathing effectively, for lack of a better term.
Is there concerns about her additional
Chair, bleeding.
Not permitted.
I'll rephrase too, Judge. What, if any, concerns are there about her additional medical treatments that may be needed?
She was not responsive, and when you're not responsive and not breathing effectively, you can get spit from the back of your throat. It has lots of bacteria in it. It can get down the lungs, set you up for pneumonias, and she's called not protecting her airway at that point either.
So is she on, per your progress note, is she on the ventilator yet?
No, not yet. It looks like the decision was, let's get her on the ventilator based on this note.
Okay, so you saw Joanne Belisari in May of 2015 prior to her ventilation?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about Ryan Hayes. Showing you what I marked for identification purposes has State's Exhibit 2D, as in David. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 2D?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit 2D, please?
This is let me glance at it. It looks like my consult note on that patient.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a consult note is, and then particularly what you consulted and noted about on this patient, Ryan Hayes.
A consult note is basically a consult. I've been asked to see this patient by someone for my expertise, and so I went and saw the patient, and then the consult note itself is a documentation of my thinking and documentation of my physical exam and documentation of what I'm planning to do or what I'm trained to do to intervene on behalf of the patient.
All right. Is that a fair and accurate copy and representation of that consult note on patient Ryan Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I publish this, please? Showing the jury what's been identified as State's Exhibit 2D. So this is Ryan Hayes, right?
Yes, sir.
And this admit date was the day he came into the hospital?
Yes, sir.
For the record, I'm pointing to April 2nd, 2017. And then he was discharged on April 4th of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if someone dies in the hospital, that's the same thing as quote-unquote discharged?
Yes, sir.
All right. And this is dictated by David R. Ralston. That's you?
Yes, sir.
And then you did this on the day he came into the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like you spent 117 minutes. So that's a little under 2 hours on this.
Your Honor, deleting.
Just preliminary matters on this
How much
matter.
time did you spend with him, perhaps? Maybe non-leading question.
Sustained, let's do it the long way.
How much time did you spend with this patient?
117 minutes.
All right. And then the history of present illness. Can you explain to the jury what was going on with Mr. Hayes and what, if anything, you recommended?
He was a patient that came in through the emergency department, and he had suffered a cardiac arrest, if I remember correctly, or referring to the record, in his bathroom. I think he lived with his sister, and he had a history of prior IV drug abuse, so the suspicion was his sister found him, his heart was not beating, he was dead, and so the squad came with medications. They were able to restart his heart. Unfortunately, they don't know how long he was down for, or his heart was not beating for, and they brought him into the emergency department. That's when I saw him.
Okay. Well, based on your training and experience, how long can a person's brain go without the heart?
It does vary. Young children, for example, you hear about these freshwater drownings, they can go a little bit longer. But typically, the standard medical textbook answer, well, the standard answer, I guess, is 4 to 5 minutes in general.
Based on your understanding of the history of your patient here, had he exceeded that time?
Yes, sir.
What's a CT scan that's referred to in that exhibit?
A CT scan is a X-ray, basically a fancy X-ray, which gives more detail than a regular X-ray. Like you go to the doctor, get a chest X-ray. It is a computer tomography is what the CT stands for, and it allows the details to be seen a little bit better than a regular chest X-ray or X-ray of the skull, for example.
What, if anything, are you, and you did a CT scan of his brain?
Yes, sir.
What, if anything, are you looking for through the results of that CT scan of his brain?
Well, just like if you hurt your ankle swells. Same thing occurs with the brain. When the brain is injured, the brain will start swelling as well too, and that's a sign of brain damage. If you see brain edema or swelling initially on the CAT scan.
So his brain damage can actually be visualized through this test?
The anatomical evidence of brain damage can be visualized. The function we don't know at this point.
All right. Well, anatomically, were you able to observe any brain damage on Mr. Ryan Hayes?
Yes, anatomically on the CAT scan, I did see evidence of brain damage.
Were you able to do any assessments as to whether functionally he had suffered any brain damage?
Yes, that's usually on the physical exam component.
And did you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what were the results of those tests?
If you could forward to the physical exam as a reminder, that'd be helpful to me. Right, neurological right there. He did not have a cough. He did not have a gag. His pupils were fixed and dilated. He had no what's called corneal reflexes, where if people wear contacts, for example, you put something near the eye, they wince, they don't like things near the eye. This is my term for it. It's called bad doll's eyes.
What does that mean?
Back in the 1800s, when you're normally in a coma, you turn your head to the left or to the right. Your eyes will go midline back up towards the ceiling. That's normal. When you have bad doll's eyes, it's like back in the 1800s, the dolls used to have their eyes painted with wooden eyes. So you turn their head to the left or right, the eyes stay to the left or right. They do not come back up to midline.
What does that indicate?
Brain damage.
Why did you turn his respirator rate on the ventilator to a 4?
I was concerned initially about possible brain death. And so therefore, I was checking another reflex, which is a breathing reflex. I turned his respiratory rate down to 4. If he was brain dead, the ventilator is set, no matter what, to give you 4 breaths. But he breathed over that ventilator rate, so that means he was not brain dead at that point.
Can you explain physiologically how all these other things that seem to be damaged don't seem to be functioning, and yet he's still overbreathing the vent, that he's not brain dead?
Sure. I'll explain how I explain it to families. I think that's probably the easiest way. The brain is really divided into 2 parts. The top part of the brain is our personality, our memories, our motor functions, things like that, while the bottom part of the brain is called the brain stem, or the primitive brain. And the top part of the brain is the first part of the brain to get damaged when you have low oxygen. While the brain stem, which controls our reflexes, stuff we don't even think about, coughing, gagging, blinking our eyes, and even breathing, is controlled by the brain stem. And that's the hardy part of the brain. It can take low oxygen a lot better than the top part of the brain. And that makes sense. For the survival of the organism, for the human being, you want to be able to have the brain stem reflexes intact, especially breathing centers and things like that. So at that point, the top part of the brain appeared to be damaged. He's not interacting with me, things like that. The CAT scan shows cerebral edema or swelling. While the brain stem, although some of the reflexes were in bad shape, the one that would say, yes, the patient is progressing to brain death was still intact. So I can say the bottom part of his brain stem was still alive at that point.
Based on your understanding of Mr. Hayes' condition at this point, what, if anything, did you tell the family, and or can you tell the jury about his ability to perceive pain?
Well, the top part of the brain is also the part of the brain that does perceive pain as well. I always make the analogy to the family, if you have a hot spoon and a baked beans, for example. I like baked beans. And if you come home and grab that spoon and it's hot, your reflex, the reflex is to let go of the spoon. And then moments later, that's when you feel the pain in the top, you perceive pain in the top part of the brain. So there's the reflex is one thing, but the perception of pain is located in the top portions of the brain.
And that, based on your examination of Ryan Hayes, is he able to perceive pain at this point?
Objection, Your Honor. Opinion.
It's based on your examination.
He's not a neurologist.
Okay, sustained, let's rephrase.
What, if anything, did you tell the family about his ability to perceive pain?
I told the family at this point he did not seem to be in pain or suffering at this point because of the brain damage from the low oxygen.
What, if anything, did you tell the family regarding his ability to perceive anxiety?
I basically, again, that's an emotion or a stress of some sort, and the top part of the brain is in charge of that also. He's not in pain or hurting or anxious at all.
Is there any chance, did you tell the family there was any chance that those parts would heal themselves, come back at some point during his stay?
No, sir. I typically tell families we don't know if his brain is going to recover. Usually in these cases, it does not.
And based upon your examination and your report there, did you recommend that Mr. Hayes receive any pain medication or any anxiety medicine when you examined him in the emergency department?
There probably at the time was some PRN medications, but no, at that point he did not require them at that point.
Did the family want to wait?
Could you go back to my assessment and plan? And on the second last, I'm sorry, go back down a little bit more. Yeah, on the bottom of that page, I guess I could take my pointer, that'd be better.
Yeah, there's a pointer there for you. If you can point to the jury what you're talking about, please, if that helps.
So, oh gosh, I'm sorry. I'm shooting through glass here, I apologize. The family semi-assistant, and then next page. Down a little bit so I can read it, I'm sorry.
No,
higher. Other way.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. And according to the family, his wishes were to stop. The family said, hey, we know him, we want to stop that point. I'd already, even before I saw him, they had already made him with the ER doctor a Dnr CCA, which is, again, if the heart stops again, we weren't going to restart it. But by the same token, then they were also very interested in organ donation. Out of this tragedy, they wanted something good to come out of it. So I sat and laid down the three options at this point. The first option, of course, here I'll go. Option one is if they want, absolutely, we could stop at that point. He would die, but they would not be able to harvest the organs for transplant. The second option, I guess, I was afraid that over time, he might go ahead and proceed into brain death at that point, and at that point we declare him brain dead, and then organ transplantation can occur after a patient has been declared brain dead. And let's see, and then the third option is kind of a unique, let me go back. First option, extubate now, he would die without organ donation. The second option would be do this thing called circulatory death. In other words, donation after circulatory death, after the heart stops, then talk about harvesting the organs then. And that's very challenging setup to do, but it can be done. And then the third thing is just wait a little bit and see if he proceeds into brain death at that point. And then at that brain death, then he'd be able to have his organs donated to other people that way.
And brain death would mean that lower part of his brain just stop working on its own?
Yeah, not only the top part of the brain would have died, but the brainstem area would have died as well too. The primitive part of the brain would be dead.
And what did they think was the best option?
Let me read through here a little bit. They thought the best option...
Okay, hold on.
Objection as to what they think forms the question.
Okay.
What's indicated on the medical records, perhaps.
Let's rephrase.
What's indicated in the medical records they thought the best option would be?
Let's see. I think at that point they decided to wait, and I did try to encourage them. There was a estranged son in North Carolina. And these tragedies, you like to have families get together and be together as well too.
Did you then discuss with them how much pain he would be in if they decided to wait for brain death and or the estranged son to come back?
Yes, sir. I said he's not going to have more pain or anything like that by waiting.
Or anxiety?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, disregard the last question.
Did you discuss whether he would, anything regarding the anxiety he would be feeling?
Yes, he would not be having anxiety.
Showing you what I'd marked for identification purposes. The State's Exhibit 8C. Can you show us what 8C, can you tell us what 8C is if you recognize it?
Sure. It's a consult dictated by me on May 24th, 2018.
And what patient does that involve?
James Allen.
Is that fair and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And was that another, where did you see him?
I think originally I saw him, perhaps if you could post it, but I think I saw him, I actually went down to the emergency department to see him because he was so sick.
Okay. So you saw him when he first got to the hospital?
After he was seen by the ED physicians, yes, and ED staff.
All right. And so this was a young, can you tell us about how this man presented?
Sure. He was an older gentleman with medical problems in general, COPD. I think he had dementia as well too. And actually, I saw him back in 3 years earlier when he had a weak heart, and so weak hearts have a tendency to go into bad heart rhythms when he was in for a ventricular tachycardia. He had what's called a cardiomyopathy. His heart was not pumping very well. Normal values around 60%, and his heart was pumping around 10 to 15% at that point. He came in with some vague abdominal discomfort and some jaundice or yellowing of the skin as well too.
All right. And he was admitted to the hospital at that point?
Yes, sir.
All right. And finally, showing you what I marked for identification purposes, has State's Exhibit 11C. Okay. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11C?
Yes, sir.
And what is 11C, please?
This is James Timmons, a consult on James Timmons.
All right. And when did you see James Timmons?
On 10/22/2018.
Is that fair and accurate?
I'm sorry, don't mean sorry about that. Yes, sir.
And what was Mr. Timmons' discharge date? If he had passed, what would have been that date?
10/24/2018.
All right. And it looks like you saw him on 10/22. So you saw him when he came in again.
Yes, sir.
All right. So if the records would show further that these patients were later palliatively extubated, the 4 we just went over, I believe it was 4. These would have been the same patients that would have been, if admitted to the ICU, would have been seen by the nighttime ICU doctors.
Yes, sir, if they were having issues or problems at night.
At some point in 2018, were you called by Dr. Swanner regarding the dosing habits of Dr. Husel during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about the circumstances of that and what you remember.
Sure. I was on vacation at Disney World, and when I came back on Sunday, there was a message on my flip phone. I had a flip phone back then about, hey, call me or whatever. And then I called Dr. Swanner, and he said we'd like to have a meeting with Dr. Husel and himself.
Is this the first time any concerns about Dr. Husel's dosing habits during palliative extubations in the nighttime ICU have been brought to your attention?
Yes, sir.
What happened next?
The next day we had the meeting.
Where did this meeting take place?
Dr. Swanner's office.
And who was present at this meeting?
Myself, Dr. Husel, and Dr. Swanner.
All right. And without telling us about what other people said at this meeting, what, if anything, did you say at this meeting?
I was...
Objection, vague.
Let's not leave it, but let's bring it
All right.
in a little bit tighter.
What, if anything, did you say about your dosing habits at this meeting during palliative extubations in the daytime ICU?
I discuss my habits, what I typically do, the dose of medications that I use. I did emphasize you have to document everything extremely carefully in these cases, and that was my role, so that's what I did.
Okay. And did you describe your dosing habits in that meeting the same way you have described your dosing habits here today?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware that Dr. Husel dosing habits include administering 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl in an IVP push during this meeting?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware that Dr. Husel's habits included dosing 2,000 micrograms of fentanyl via IVP intravenous push, meaning all at once?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, but you were aware of the 1,000?
Yes, sir.
And on the equal analgesic chart, and did you have any familiarity with fentanyl during palliative extubations?
No, sir.
All right, you use morphine.
Yes, sir. I don't like to use fentanyl because the street drug related to it. It's people associate with street drugs.
Okay. And using that equal analgesic chart, what would be the equivalent dose of morphine all at once? If you were to, what's the equal analgesic dose of morphine to 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl?
It would be a 10-to-1 conversion, so it'd be 100 milligrams of morphine.
All at once?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever, in the 1,000 plus palliative extubations you've done, given 100 milligrams of morphine during a palliative extubation?
No, sir.
Have you ever used 100 milligrams of morphine for anything in the ICU in your 27 years, all at once?
No, sir.
Have you ever used 90 milligrams of morphine during a palliative extubation in your 27 years in the ICU, all at once?
No.
Have you ever used 90 milligrams of morphine for anything in the ICU all at once in your 27 years?
No.
What about 80 milligrams of morphine,
Your Honor, I
sir?
think we've covered this.
Why don't you ask him what the most he's ever given in his experience? Okay, well, let's keep doing that.
Same question, 70.
Action, Your Honor. He's actually already answered what's the most he's ever given some time ago in his testimony.
No, he gets what he usually does.
These are different questions.
Okay, I'll let you have the 70, but let's get to it.
Well, let's get down to it. Anywhere between 20 and 60. All at
No.
once.
No.
And I'm not talking about just during comfort care, someone's critically ill, dying, helping them pass. I'm talking about anything.
No.
What's the most you've ever given in morphine during a palliative extubation? You said you've done over 1,000.
Spread out over time or
All
at
at
once?
once. Biggest IVP push.
Maybe 5 or 6, something like that.
And that would be equivalent to
60 micrograms of fentanyl.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Nashi?
Yeah, my scrap.
Dr. Diane Menashe, on behalf of Dr. William Husel. I'm going to have a lot of territory to cover with you today. So let me start with, you've been, in this case, interviewed, you had an HR interview at Mount Carmel?
I don't think so, no.
Okay, you never had an HR interview?
I'm not sure what you mean by HR.
Human resources?
No.
Okay, so you had a interview with the Columbus Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had a meeting with Dr. Swanner and Dr. Husel, is that correct? That you just testified to?
Yes.
I want to lay out the timeline so that the jurors understand the timeline that we're talking about here for these events. The meeting with Dr. Swanner and Mr. William Husel was on November 26th of 2018, correct?
Yes.
You were, for the first and only time, interviewed by the Columbus Police Department on November 14th of 2020. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I want to make sure I'm right that between November of 2018, the meeting, and your first interview with Columbus Police Department 2 years later, that in that time of 2 years, you never met with anyone from the prosecutor's office.
That's correct.
And the reason why I ask this is because today, during your direct examination, you were asked so many questions, were you not, Dr. Ralston, about your opinions as to what you do in your practice and what's appropriate with respect to palliative extubation.
Rephrase it. Sustained rephrase.
You've been asked on direct all these questions about what you do in your practice. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Lots of questions about what dosages you give during palliative extubations, right?
Yes.
And lots of questions about who's in pain and who's not in pain, right?
Yes.
And then these last line of questions, the 100, the 90, the 80, the 70s, the court allowed, you were asked those questions.
Sustained, counsel.
You were asked questions.
Strike the question. Start over.
You were asked the last questions about what's the most you've ever given, correct?
Yes.
But you were not, are you aware of the date of when my client was indicted?
No, ma'am.
Would it surprise you to know that he was...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
For those 2 years of time between when you met with Mr. Husel and when the police department interviewed you, no one else spoke to you about the questions that were asked of you today. Is that true?
Objection, asked and answered.
I'll permit it.
I think someone from Trinity did come and interview me in that time frame. Yes, ma'am.
And other than someone from Trinity, no one else from the prosecutor's office or police?
No, ma'am.
Did you, I'm going to ask you about that interview that you had with Columbus Police Department in October of 2020. The detective that was there with you that day was Ann Pennington, is that correct?
I have no reason not to believe that, yes.
Do you remember you were asked during that interview about how you personally felt about learning of Mr. Husel's, Dr. Husel's dosing habits, if you will, with respect to fentanyl? Do you remember being asked about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And in particular, you were asked, were you not, if it quote-unquote shocked you? Do you remember that question?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll permit it.
I don't necessarily remember that. I don't know. I don't remember what I was asked, not asked, so I apologize.
No, please don't apologize. Let me ask you this question. Isn't it true that during your interview with Columbus Police Department, which was approximately 2 years after the interview with Dr. Husel, that you actually said that the dosing habits don't surprise
Objection,
you?
Your Honor.
It's cross-examination, right?
Yeah, I understand it's cross. I was waiting for you to finish your question.
Okay. That you actually said that it didn't surprise you because, to be fair to your partners and to your patients and families and Dr. Husel, that you needed to be at bedside to really understand if those dosages were appropriate or not. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
And isn't it also true, Dr. Ralston, that you've been completely consistent about that point because you made the same point in your deposition testimony in a related civil case, did you not?
Yes, ma'am.
You said, did you not, you can't speak for the practice of another physician because you weren't at bedside.
I think that a physician at bedside is very important, so yes, ma'am.
And in each of the patients that you were just asked about, and we will go through them, but you would agree with me that when they were palliative extubated, you were not bedside.
That is correct.
And you would agree that when they passed, you were not bedside.
That is correct.
I want to go through, let's just start with some basics. In your capacity as the medical director of the ICU at Mount Carmel, fair to say you would know how many critical care physicians worked within that facility between the years 13 and 18?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that it was 6?
It was probably more than 6.
Okay, tell me how many it was.
I think we had 6 daytime people and 2 nighttime people, so maybe 8 in general.
Okay, you know the nighttime would be Dr. Hagris and Dr. Husel?
Yes.
And then in addition to those 2 critical care physicians, there would have been 6 more.
6 critical care, but not in the ICU at the same time.
Okay, so in all of Mount Carmel West, between 2013 and 2018, there was 8 total critical care physicians.
Yes.
So, and just a general question, obviously 2,300 is not an accurate number as to how many critical care physicians were within that entire hospital during that 5-year time. Do you agree with me?
Yes, I'm not sure where the 2,300 came from. I apologize, but no.
Yes. Let's go through your direct if we can. You just generally said that people in ICU, and I wrote this down, but of course, tell me if I'm wrong, they're generally very sick patients. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know when you talked about your career path and how you came to Mount Carmel, but with respect to Dr. Husel, you understand or you know from your own personal knowledge that he did his 4-year residency in anesthesiology at Cleveland Clinic.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he did his additional year with respect to critical care medicine also at Cleveland Clinic.
Yes.
And then he was hired by Mount Carmel Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
In 2013?
That seems about right, yeah.
And you talked about sort of the pathway, how you get to be a critical care physician. Do you remember that line of questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Your pathway, fair to say, was internal medicine.
Yes.
Dr. Husel's pathway is anesthesiology.
Yes.
Dr. Hager's pathway is internal medicine.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that there's not one other critical care physician at Mount Carmel West during this period of time whose pathway was the same as Dr. Husel.
That would be correct.
He's the only one that's anesthesiology to critical care.
Yes.
I know we've now dated the meeting that you had with Dr. Swanner and my client, Dr. William Husel, as being in November of 2018. That sounds correct?
Yes, ma'am. It was the Monday after Thanksgiving holidays.
And you remember that, I assume, because of your vacation?
You remember vacations when you're a critical care doctor. Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with me that before you got that call from Dr. Swanner, that at no period of time in 2013 had you ever heard from a nurse any complaints with respect to Dr. William Husel?
That is correct.
And the same question about that year, no complaints in 2013 from any physicians about Dr. William Husel?
That is correct.
Or anyone in critical care, correct?
That's correct.
And even, again, different, I'll put from physicians, is you had that daily contact with residents, did you not, during this time frame?
Not daily, just when I was in the ICU.
Okay, and that's right, you kind of worked.
You rotate through.
Tell me, doctor, if you recall, isn't it true that when Dr. William Husel was done with his shift, that you, as the medical director of the ICU, would know, that he actually then had to get together with the residents that were coming on shift and have a meeting?
Yes.
And he would do that as protocol, would he not? He would leave at 7 a.m. and confer with the residents that were coming on shift.
Yes.
And that conference, if you will, was it not, the purpose of it was to tell the residents about any events or issues that happened and or needed to be carried out.
Yes, pass along information, yes.
And you have no information that those meetings never took place, correct?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Sure. You have no reason to believe that that didn't take place as a matter of practice with Dr. Husel, correct?
I have no reason to believe otherwise, no.
So let me then go back to 2013. In addition to nothing from nurses or physicians or anyone in critical care, you also didn't hear anything from any resident in terms of complaints about Dr. Husel.
No, ma'am.
And then same group of individuals, nurses, physicians, critical care, residents, no complaints in 2014.
No, ma'am.
No complaints in 2015.
No, ma'am.
No complaints in 2016.
No, ma'am.
No complaints in 2017.
No, ma'am.
No complaints in 2018.
Except until the November thing, phone call, yes.
Right, you get the call from Dr. Swanner in November.
Yes, ma'am.
You were asked about whether or not Dr. Husel ever reached out to you with any questions. Certainly you made yourself available, right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And I remember during your interview with Columbus Police Department, when you talked about if there were issues with your dosing, that you would expect a pharmacist to give you a call if there are any issues. Do you remember talking about that?
Yeah, if there was anytime I make a mistake or, I mean, I'm human, I make mistakes or whatever, or if something seems funny or I expect the pharmacist to reach out and let me know, or the nursing staff to let me know.
And that was my next question. And you said that you expect the same of the nursing staff, right? If they see issues or problems with something you've done or ordered, that they would communicate that with you.
Right. The pharmacist's role is to be patient advocates, and the nurse's role is to be patient advocates as well. Yes, ma'am.
And fair to say, doctor, that at your time at Mount Carmel, you rely on the fact that pharmacists and nurses are patient advocates.
Yes, ma'am.
I've got some questions about the pain discussion, about whether being intubated or extubated is painful. I noted that you said that being extubated wasn't painful.
It's a matter of perception, the difference between pain and comfort, I guess, or uncomfortable. It's not the most painful thing in the world, but it is uncomfortable, I guess would be my answer.
Have you, and so I'm just getting a question. If I were to say, and I am going to ask you, that I have gone through an extubation and I found it painful, would I be lying?
I don't know you that well, but I'd probably say no.
You talked about palliative extubations and when making the decision to palliatively extubate. And I want to go through kind of the things you talked about on direct. One thing is you establish the relationship with the family, right? You talked about that.
Yes, ma'am. I think that's very important.
And so that would include, let's just say, if the extubation, the decision to extubate was made during the nighttime shift, that would, in your opinion, require Dr. Husel to speak with the families?
Yes,
correct?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And typically, I know you said your preference is to have peers there, nurses there,
Yes.
and even spiritual care staff and chaplains worked at the night, did they not?
Yes.
And they were often, during any kind of decision like this, would come and be with the family and spend as much time as needed. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, it's a very challenging and tragic time for everyone.
And which reminds me, I remember during one of your questioning, or I'm not sure if it was your depo or your police department interview, but you were asked about being an ICU doctor, and you said it's a very demanding job. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, I'd say it today. Yes, ma'am.
Because it can be quite stressful.
Yes, ma'am.
And fair to say that those around you, right, particularly the family members, it's a very stressful situation for them as well.
Yes, they have no experience, and my job is to try to help them through the difficult discussions. Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated on your direct, I wrote down that when you were asked about the code statuses and the 3 statuses, when the decision is made by the family that it should be a DNR CC, that comfort is then your top priority.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain to the jurors the doctrine of double effect? As you understand it.
I'm not an I'm not an ethicist or whatever, but it's to, when you do something to someone, a patient, whatever, the goal is good, even though it may cause short-term problems. For example, if I stick a special IV in someone's neck, like a central line, that causes discomfort, but the goal is to have access for medications and support. Or same for intubation. It's uncomfortable intubating, so you know it's uncomfortable, but you're trying to save their life.
And so the good outweighs, if you will, the potential harm or bad that could happen.
I'm sure that's a definition. I've never really heard double effect that much, so.
You haven't heard it that much?
No.
Let's talk about those questions about whether a palliative extubation is ever an emergency. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
I mean, by definition, the process of a palliative extubation, once the decision is made by the family, takes some time, does it not?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the physician places the orders, or I'm sorry, gives the verbal orders, right?
Usually you place them on the computer.
Okay, and then the nurse will facilitate the orders?
Whatever nurses do, yes. I don't know.
Okay, and I'm going to get back to you about whatever nurses do, but then there's a period of time between when the medicine is placed, right, and the medicine is obtained, and then the medicine is administered.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So these questions about emergency, a palliative extubation, by definition, when you agree, takes some period of time between when the decision is made and to when it is carried out.
Yes, ma'am. It can be hours, or it can be even a day or so, yes.
And I remember you talking about that it could be within an hour, or it could be within 22 hours as to when it's carried out, right? From when the family makes the decision.
Right. Sometimes you have family members traveling or trying to get there, things like that. So that weighs into those discussion points as well, yes.
And you would agree with me that, as the medical director of the ICU, that one of the things that was a capability of Dr. Husel in his capacity during 2013 to 2018 was to oversee palliative extubation.
Yes, that would be his role as a critical care physician. Yes, ma'am.
And so I just have a question for you. If you're working in the ICU and let's just say someone makes a decision to change the code status of their loved one to DNR CC, and a palliative extubation is impending, you don't necessarily kick it to the the next shift, do you, just so that someone else can do it?
Your Honor, I would object to hypotheticals being asked.
It is sustained.
Tell me this in your capacity. Dr. Husel was hired to be part of the critical care staff, so doing palliative extubation was part of his job.
Yes, by the hospital, yes.
Right. There was no rule at Mount Carmel West that palliative extubations could not be done during the nighttime shift, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, I guess with respect to rules, there was no maximum dosage with respect to fentanyl at Mount Carmel West between 2013 and 2018, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
And you have testified to this jury that you used morphine during your palliative extubations.
Yes.
And fair to say, in your personal knowledge as the medical director, that actually everyone else that was in critical care used morphine except for Dr. Husel.
I can't speak for the other practices. That way, I didn't know it at the time. Just for my practices, I did.
Did you know of anyone else that was using fentanyl?
Objection asked and answered.
No, he hasn't answered that one. Do you understand the question?
Could you just repeat it?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Remembering back to that time frame, do you remember anyone else in critical care that was using fentanyl?
Not that I was aware of, but again, I didn't really talk to anybody else about their practices in general.
I want to talk a little bit, while I'm on the subject, about morphine versus fentanyl. You use morphine. Fair to say that morphine has a double peak.
Yes.
So it peaks, and then it peaks again.
Yes.
And if you know, fentanyl has just a single peak. Is that true?
Yes.
And I wanted to be clear, because I got a little soft-spoken, but you testified on direct that you didn't use fentanyl as a practice because it had a negative connotation because of its street use. Is that fair to say?
Yes. It was responsible for a lot of overdoses, especially in the Franklinton area in general. Yes.
But you obviously agree that there's a difference between kind of the street drug fentanyl and the medically used fentanyl within the hospital system.
Yes, my perception, but it's the family's perception that I was focusing on.
And that's why you were talking about the negative connotation.
Yes, ma'am.
And so going back to this emergency line of questioning, I know during your this relevant time frame, 2013 and 2018, sometimes you would work late.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's
A lot of times I'd work late. Yes, ma'am.
because it's just nature.
It's a job.
And would you work so late that you would go into the night shift?
I was completing the work, but yeah, I'd work 8, 9 o'clock at night. Yes, ma'am.
And sometimes, fair to say, that you would actually work the night shift, picking up shifts or otherwise.
Yes, ma'am, occasionally.
And forgive me for these questions that I'm about to ask that might sound stupid, but here I go. At the nighttime in the ICU at Mount Carmel, I'm assuming there's lights?
Yes, ma'am.
Lights are on?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's lots of questions about the cover of darkness, and I just want to make sure that the lights are on during the nighttime in the ICU.
Yes.
And there are nurses there?
Yes.
And there are charge nurses there?
Yes.
And there are chaplains there?
Yes.
Other spiritual care staff?
Just the chaplains, I think.
Okay. And the monitors are on? Is that fair to say at the desks?
And in the rooms, yes, ma'am.
And in the rooms, right? Things are on. Things are alive in the ICU, right? Even during the night shift.
It's a 24-hour place, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And also in the ICU, wasn't it on the 4th floor at this time?
Yes.
Of the building, right? So it's not like it's in the basement under the cover of darkness. It was on the 4th floor?
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned a number of times about how it's patient specific.
Yes.
And when I say it, fair to say your dosing practices are patient-specific. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, within parameters, yes.
And when determining what's an appropriate dose for a patient, give me 4 factors that you would want to consider when determining what's the appropriate dosage of an opioid, let's say that.
It'd be hard to limit to 4, but I would say first is the disease process. What are they in pain in general? The second would be, again, brain. The brain is the key component, especially a lot of these are after cardiac arrests. The third would be age of the patient. Fourth would probably be liver and kidney function. And last but not least would be family input as well, too.
And what about things like tolerance?
You can't really judge that, so tolerance doesn't really influence my input that much in my practice.
Do you agree with me, doctor, that 2 doctors with similar education and background and experience could have differing opinions as to how best to treat a medical situation?
Yes.
I think when you were asked about going back to palliative extubations, do you remember when you indicated that you were asked about whether you ever gave benzos, and you indicated that it takes 10 minutes for them to kick in. Did I write that down correctly?
Yes, well, in general, we try to give approximately 10 minutes before in general.
And so if I get benzodiazepine through an IV, it would take 10 minutes for that to have its desired peak effect on my body.
It can. It again varies from person to person. So it'd be a judgment call at the time of the extubation, whether you have to give more.
And just so we're talking numbers here, I get it in my IV and I die 75 seconds later, right? We've then got, 8.5 minutes until that medicine peaks.
Okay, stop. Let's go sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk amongst yourselves. Come on. David's here with news stories of the weekend. waiting on Sam. You ready? While she's sitting up there, let's talk about something real quick. Over the next day or so, there's going to be an argument about the plexiglass, and I know there are some concerns about it. So I want each of you to talk to David what your positions are. I will not be able to take everything down. The battle is raging right now, okay? The question becomes is, what's the convenience? I would like to take down the glass in front of the witness to enable you guys to hear better, okay? The rest of it's up to you guys, because the audience, I'm not as concerned as you guys. So you guys have a talk, each of you, with David over the next day. Okay? Express yourselves. If you got no opinion, say you got no opinion. Okay? David will not tell me who wants what. Okay? He's going to give me a summary of what's going on and any concerns. Okay? Because this is about, I want you guys to be comfortable, I want you guys to be able to hear. Okay? So that's the big issue with me. My own personal thing, I can persevere. But for you guys, that's what I'm concerned about. So you guys express to David what your opinions are. Okay? Ms. Menashe, I'm sorry about that, but I wanted to get that public service message on.
Transitional question, so I'm going to leave it, not to mention it's cross, but in your experience in critical care medicine, I get the benzo through an IV, 10 minutes until it gets its full effect on you.
Objection, Your Honor. This is once again hypothetical, referring to herself hypothetically if she were to be given these.
I think she's, okay, stop. It's my job here, okay? Both of you two. She's okay with her question so far.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It takes 10 minutes to take its full effect, correct?
What, to take its full effect? I'm sorry.
The benzos that you were asked about on direct examination, you get.
It can vary from person to person and disease state.
Sure. But on your direct examination, you said in general 10 minutes, correct?
That for a generic ballpark person, sure.
I want to talk about vasopressors along those same lines. Palliative extubation, fair to say that you, before the extubation is done, the vasopressors are stopped.
Usually almost, you try to do it simultaneously at that point.
Okay. Would you agree with me? Tell us what vasopressors do, vasopressors do.
Sure. Vasopressors are medicines, usually epinephrine type of drugs. Most people are familiar with epinephrine, which help raise the blood pressure when blood pressure is critically low and the heart's not pumping very well.
And fair to say it's something that can help keep someone alive.
Yes, it's designed to keep them alive.
And so when it's stopped, if you know, in your experience in critical care, isn't it true that it takes about 1 to 2 minutes for the vasopressors to leave my system?
Yes, the onset is very quickly and the off is very quickly, although I've been surprised at times when I stop the vasopressors, the blood pressure rises, and I have no reason to explain that physiologically sometimes.
And doctor, because isn't that kind of the phenomenon with medicine? Like anything can happen, right?
That's probably life also. Yes, ma'am, anything can happen.
Are you familiar, in your experience and capacity as the director of ICU, of what is called a discharge summary?
Yes, ma'am, I don't do them, but yes.
And if you know, does an attending physician do the discharge summaries?
Yes, whoever the patient is admitted to, it's their responsibility to do the discharge summary. Usually in the internal medicine side of things, it's the hospitalist, the person in charge of the patient in the hospital.
And Dr. Ralston, in your experience, in your capacity, just a guesstimate, how many times do you think you dictated a medical record?
I'm sorry, a medical record's the whole thing.
Electronic medical record. Like how many times have you dictated an event that happened at a hospital?
like a progress note or a consult or
So any entry you would put in, how many times do you put an entry in?
thousands? I would have no idea. Millions? I'm not sure.
Right, but isn't it true that every single time you enter an electronic medical record, whether it's a progress note or a consult, you always knew, did you not, that anyone that accessed that EMR next would read what you did?
Ideally, yes. I'd hope they would read it because I'm the consultant and giving advice.
I want to go through the patients if we could. I'll start from the reverse. I'll start where you ended. Showing the witness what's previously been marked as Joint Exhibit 11, page 18 to 20. Just want to make sure the jurors can see this, though. Thank you.
Kind of fuzzy on the outsides,
Okay.
but you're good.
Okay. Fair to say this looks like it relates to patient James Timmons, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And with respect to all of the patients that you were asked about today, I believe there's 4, you have no independent recollection as to these patients. Is that fair to say?
That'd be correct.
And in fact, this is the purpose of dictating things like consultation notes or progress notes so that you can go back and refer to them.
One of the functions, I guess, legal function, malpractice, things like that, yes.
So we're relying on the medical records because you have no independent recollection. And I want to show you your notes on patient James Timmons, if we could. Fair to say that the critical care time was 118 minutes, as noted.
Yes.
Okay. And this individual comes in, I think this is an overdose situation. Would you agree with me on that?
That was the presumption at that point, yes.
And right down here, it indicates while he is on the phone, he had, and what is that word? Describe that word for the jury, if you will.
He basically, his heart stopped.
According to the emergency department physician, correct?
I had gone down and saw the patient, and then I was coming upstairs to try to say, hey, let's get this guy up here quick. And the ER doc called me and said, hey, his heart stopped again.
And his heart stopped again.
Or, let me see here a second. No, his heart, that was probably the first time it stopped then.
So, and fair to say, so he had cardiac arrest,
Yes.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to go to second page where these notes are. And I'm sorry, just to be clear, this is your name here on this consultation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go here to the vital signs. Would you agree with me? It says noted and currently not stable.
Yes.
Okay. And then it indicates the blood pressure there.
Right. His blood pressure, the blood pressure is really 2 numbers. One is the systolic, one's the diastolic. In this case, the systolic blood pressure was low in the 80s when normal values are like 120.
You anticipate my next question. And then going to the third page of your consult, if you will, it's indicated that this patient was presenting after being found down for 48 hours.
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree that that probably accounts, in your experience, for the fact that his glucose was a 29 because he had been down for 2 days.
Right. Down is a tricky term. It's used interchangeably sometimes. Sometimes in medicine, you think of someone down, but their heart stopped as being down. In this case, he was just laying there, not moving. His heart was still beating at that point.
Right. But we don't have an eyewitness as to what happened to him during that 48-hour period of time, right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. I want to go now to your last note here. Would you agree with me that you wrote, overall prognosis is quite guarded at this point, and he is at high risk of undergoing another cardiac arrest?
Yes, ma'am. He had high potassium in his bloodstream, and we were setting him up for emergent dialysis, which was to remove the potassium from his bloodstream. So, yeah.
And showing the witness what's previously been marked as Joint 11, Joint Exhibit 11, pages 31 through 38. Again, Dr. Ralston, does it appear that this belongs to the same patient?
Yes.
And if you could just see here the progress notes, does it appear that your name is on that document?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just go up here to this section right here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. If you could, right here where it says positive, fair to say that's for cocaine?
Yes.
And is this second positive for, is that THC, what we more commonly know as THC?
Yes, marijuana.
Marijuana?
Yeah.
And so I'll ask you this, because if an expert or someone that reviewed this document indicated that the toxicology report was negative, that would not be correct. Is that true?
Yes, the toxicology report, urine toxicology reports does miss fentanyl or synthetic morphine type of drugs.
And then going to the second page of this document, again, the critical care 121 minutes, that coincides with the previous exhibit we saw. Is that fair to say?
I believe this is perhaps from the next day when I saw the patient.
Yep, let me make sure.
On 10/23, I'm guessing. This is a guess, though.
Yes, you are right. So this is from 10/22. And so this exhibit we're now looking at is the next day.
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say then the next day, so the day before Mr. Timmons passes, the note in your progress notes, is it not, without the ventilator, pressors, and interventional critical care, patient would die or have organ damage?
Yes, ma'am. Without life support, life is no longer supported.
And then these are your subjective notes here. Is that correct?
Yes. Usually the residents write a chunk of that note there. My note is mainly from above, where it says House Officer's note reviewed and confirmed.
And this is your, these are your notations?
Yes, ma'am. That's my note up in that section there.
And so the information with respect that the patient coded in the emergency department, these would be the resident's notes?
Right, which I reviewed as well, yes.
Tell me, doctor, would you, fair to say, you wouldn't have written this note right here about someone that could walk out of the hospital and potentially check himself into a rehab facility. Would you agree with me on that?
Not at that point, no, ma'am.
I want to turn now to James Allen. Showing the witness what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 8, page 17 to 19. Doctor, does this appear that it belongs to patient James Allen?
Yes.
And fair to say that it looks as if from the document that he was at Mount Carmel for 4 days approximately.
Yes.
This patient was 80 years of age?
Yes.
And you testified on direct about his jaundice, which is indicated right here. Does that show, that's evidence of liver failure, is that right?
His liver was not working well, is what that actually means, so yes.
Hey, when you turn towards the screen, your voice goes down. No, you're fine. Just keep enunciating louder, okay? Because it's human nature. When you concentrate, your voice goes down. So
Thank you.
And I know you had talked about this on your direct examination, but fair to say that Mr. Allen had a significant history of critical health issues.
Yes.
And going down here to the vital signs that are noted, it says, does it not stable, and he was on vasopressors, correct?
Right. He was on epinephrine type of drip to keep his blood pressure up.
And then I just want to go back to the consultation sheet. Did you see this section here where it says plan?
Yes.
Okay. And this is drafted, or this is dictated by you, is it not, Doctor?
Yes.
You indicate here that you discussed with his son right outside of the room. Do you see that right there where my finger is?
Yes.
And you indicate that you're very concerned, did you not, about his limited reserve given his multiple medical issues and limited pulmonary performance?
Yes, he had a bad heart and bad lungs.
And then his son seemed very realistic when I talked to him about these things. That's noted in the plan, is it not?
Yes, I knew his son from before. I met him back in 2015 when I think I met him in the ICU back in 2015. And I think his son was a paramedic or medically related person.
And so based on that fact, he had some experience with medical issues just generally.
He knew some lingo, yes.
And then I want to note this right here, is that you were the one, right, as noted in your EMR, that you discussed end-of-life issues with the son, right?
Yes, the patient was very sick and had dementia, so I'm not sure how much you would understand of those discussions.
But they clearly state they do not want to prolong the ICU course with trach and PEG if that ever occurs. Do you see that in your note?
Yes.
And then it goes on that you did talk to the son about what if it becomes a hopeless situation, correct?
Right. The plan was, in reading my note, was that we would try to fix the fixables. That's my approach to all the patients. I try to fix the fixables, let the angels take care of the rest, was the initial approach on this patient. And so therefore we were trying to fix what's fixable. If there's an infection, if we get his heart pumping a little better, if we can keep his kidneys working. But if it got to the point where everything starts shutting down, then it'd also be a heavy burden. And no one wants to talk to sons that love their father about dying and end of life. No one likes those discussions by any stretch of the imagination.
Sure, and I just want to make sure that the jury knows that the date on this service record, when you just talked about the discussions with the son, is 5/24/2018. Does that look familiar, Dr. Ralston?
Yes, it was on 5/24/2018. I did that consult, yes.
Okay, and the decision that his family made to palliative extubate him was a full 4 days later, correct?
That would be my presumption. I don't have evidence otherwise.
Showing the witness what's previously been marked as Joint Exhibit H, page 34 to 44. Again, same patient, James Allen.
Yes.
80-year-old male. Just want to, does this appear again to be your name on this note, Dr. Ralston?
Yes.
Just highlighting here, as of 5/25, would you agree with me, without pressors and critical care management, you indicated the patient would die or have organ damage?
Yes, that is a true statement.
Then going, if we could, to page 43. This assessment down at the bottom of the page, is this dictated by you?
Yes, I think there's probably more to that in general.
And then it goes up to the top of this page. Does that Look familiar?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say, right, I just want to get this down here, patient with septic shock. Tell the jurors what that is.
Shock, there's many different types of shock. There is, for example, if someone gets stabbed, they lose blood, that's hypovolemic shock. There's distributive shock, where you don't have massive infection, your blood pressure drops. But shock, the general definition of it is lack of blood supply to the end organs, the brain, the heart, the kidneys. That's the definition of shock. And septic shock is a very specific type where it's low blood pressure is caused by an infection of some sort that's overwhelming the body.
And that can be a potentially fatal situation just in and of itself.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I want to go to Ryan Hayes, showing you what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 2, page 16 to 18. Dr. Ralston, did it appear to be a medical record that belongs to Ryan Hayes?
Yes.
And this was another, was it not, overdose situation?
Unfortunately, yes.
And we could just go here. Again, this is your record, right? Dictated by?
Yes, ma'am.
According to her, the patient was not found down in water, but apparently, and then blank at that point. Did you see that?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me why you would have just put that blank there, a dash or underline.
Probably very similar to here. The person taking the dictation and typing it couldn't understand me.
And then you go on to say, as typed, do you not, that the individual that found Mr. Hayes was unsure how long he was down, but it could have been as long as 5 to 10 minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you noted during your direct examination with respect to the brain without oxygen and how long it takes to have an effect. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the number of minutes that you said on your direct examination was what?
It varies from person to person. It can typically 4 minutes is the criteria that we use for brain damage.
And this situation, just based on your medical record and the information you were given, was that he was down from 5 to 10 minutes.
Yes, my suspicion was probably longer though, given the cerebral edema.
And let's talk about that a little bit. I want to go here before we do to this sentence right here. According to both Lisa and his brother, they clearly stated that the patient was very adamant about never being on life support, and they would not want to continue at this point. That's what the medical record indicates, does it not?
Yes, ma'am.
And then is this discussion about the organ donation, right?
Correct. The family was torn at that point, trying to decide what the patient wanted versus they knew he would want to also donate organs.
Right. And so they've got this patient doesn't want to be on life support, but donating an organ is important.
Yes.
Okay. But, and then you talked on your direct examination about the 3 options at that point, right?
Yes.
So that whether or not to facilitate the organ donation. I want to just go down to here about, you were asked a lot of questions. And I want to be sure to be as accurate as I can. About whether or not he was brain dead. Do you remember those line of questions?
Yes.
And you indicated that a CT scan was done?
Yes.
Okay. Let me find that patient. I want to make sure that we get the exact words out as to the finding of the CT scan. Fair to say that the exact words were that the CT of his head demonstrated very diffuse brain edema. Correct?
Yes.
So this is a serious situation here.
Yes.
And then with respect to the next page, so that's what the CT says. So that's the visual of the brain. Would you agree with me on that?
The anatomy of the brain at that point, yes.
And then you do this physical examination to see if there's cues that you can pick up from an examination to either support or refute the CT scan.
In conjunction with the radiology findings, yes, to see the extent of the brain damage. One's the anatomy of the brain, one's looking at the function of the brain, higher brain, and brain stem at that point.
And you do that, and you know, this is when you talk about he does have bad doll's eyes.
Correct.
Okay, and that's an expression, as you testified to this jury, that you use, but it's certainly a cue that tells you that there's evidence of real brain damage. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, the neurological exam would be very, very consistent with extensive brain damage, as would the history of the events that occurred.
And then, in line with that, you write down here, assessment and plan, do you not? I did discuss with the family that I am concerned about the severe brain injury that he has experienced and likelihood that he may progress into brain death.
Yes, ma'am, I was concerned about the brain damage and progressing into increasing cerebral edema, which can lead to brain death.
I remember during, I think it was your deposition, that you were asked these questions about brain death. And isn't it true that in your experience that you have often found that lay people use brain death or think of brain death in a more expansive way than is the true definition?
I think sometimes when you tell people about brain injury, they assume that the patient is brain dead, and sometimes I have to correct that misinterpretation of what I'm trying to tell them. They're under stress, so they may not hear it very accurately.
And I think this goes back to the point that sometimes you might say one thing, but in your experience, given the stress and the trauma, that it could be perceived in a way that you perhaps might not be intending.
I intended it a certain way. What they hear and perceive is different, I guess, would be my statement.
That, right?
No, but you can keep going back over it, asking them what's their perception, what's going on, and try to get a good feel for what they're understanding.
Sure. But in Ohio, and so we're clear, if someone is brain dead, then they're pronounced dead. Is that correct?
Yeah, it varies from state to state, surprisingly, but in the state of Ohio, yes. If you are brain dead, you are legally dead.
That's it. And so there would be no decision have to be made whether you palliatively extubate someone or not, because they would be pronounced dead.
We don't use that term for brain death. We just, they've died. And so at that point, and sometimes that's a blessing for the family, because that way they don't feel like they're thrust into this decision-making role.
And it relieves them of that decision, right?
The burden, yes.
This is a good place to break.
Sure, Judge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'll give you 5 extra minutes. We'll start back at 3:15. Okay? Have a wonderful break. Remember the admonitions? And be gentle on David talking to him, okay? I know you all want to talk right away. Give this man a little bit of time. Okay, doctor, remember the admonition? You can go ahead and step off. Mr. Zion, anything for the record?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Menashe,
Yes, Judge? I'm sorry.
anything for the record?
No.
Okay. 15 after.
Oh, okay, I'll go back.
Yeah.
Just the 3 side discharges.
You want it? This is due here.
else is here, I wouldn't put a camera on me right now. Champ 10. You champ 4? You got your never again. Okay? That's Suzanne, I know you're blocking. Well, you might have to talk with Zion to see if you can get some compromise. He likes being there and talking together. But jurors were on film this morning and it's got to stop. If it happens, let everybody know if it happens again, you guys are out.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, right here.
Tell me exactly what I did.
I'm sorry.
I just want to put on the record exactly. Told you it was an obstacle course. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Jurors currently out of the room. Anything for the record, Mr. Zion?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Menashe? Ms. Menashe, anything for the record before the jurors come in?
No.
No, I was just looking for my mask. I must have sitting down during the discussions.
Sorry. I got an extra one up here.
Oh, good. All rise. Thank you. Please be seated.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you had a wonderful break. We're going to continue on with the testimony. Ms. Menashe.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just closing out the line of questioning with respect to Joint Exhibit 2, page 16 to 18. Doctor, this consultation note appears to be from 4/2. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, the discharge date, as noted, is 4/4.
Yes, ma'am.
And as indicated, this last line here says, likely he will require brain death testing tomorrow, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So in 4/2, that was the state of peril that this individual was in.
Yes, he was very brain injured, but not brain death at that point.
I want to move now. Did the prosecution have you, in advance of today, review Mr. Hayes' medical records as a whole from 4/2 to 4/4?
Mainly my role in the physician's progress notes, things like that.
You would agree with me, would you not, Dr. Ralston, that with respect to Ryan Hayes, the family actually made the decision to palliatively extubate Mr. Hayes during the day shift?
I don't recall that. I'd have to look at the records again.
One moment while I get something to refresh your recollection, and I will move on in the meantime.
My partner was on the next day. I did not see the patient the next day.
I want to move to the next patient, Ms. Belisari, showing you what's previously been marked as Joint Exhibit 1, page 126 to 134. Or, I'm sorry, 134. Doctor, does that appear to be medical records belonging to Joanne Belisari?
Yes, ma'am.
And just so we're clear, that's your name on that medical record. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. When I go to page 2 of that, right here, want to just say, discuss the record that you indicated under comments. It says, does it not? Discuss with sister at bedside. Discuss with them the fear that she may eventually tire out and require intubation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this note is from 4:30?
Yes. Again, this, I apologize, it's a format that I'm not used to seeing.
Sure.
I'm used to seeing on computer, so.
And so if I could just orient the jurors with respect to timing, this indicates it's 4:30, and based on the admit date, she had been at Mount Carmel for, let's say, 8 days-ish. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And her discharge date, assuming that's the date she passed, is a full 11 days later on May 10th.
Yes.
Going now to hand. This sentence right here, page 3, that sentence right there that starts with intubated, what did you indicate in the medical record right there, doctor?
She was intubated on life support and blood pressure support. Cachectic is a term that means she looked like she had lost weight, it looked thin in general.
And she's on full life support, it is noted in your medical record, correct?
Yes.
And when we see house officer, based on our prior discussions, we know that's you.
That's the resident.
That's the resident.
Young doctor. The old term for them was house officers because they spend all the time in the hospital, so they were in house or whatever.
So would you agree with me that this note right up here indicates critical care 42 minutes, without ventilator or pressors, patient would die? Do you see that note?
Yes.
And I remember you testifying on your direct examination when you said, because without life support, there is no longer life supported. Do you remember that?
That would be correct, yes.
Let me go back to Mr. Timmons, if I could.
Okay.
Sorry to jump around, but were you, doctor, on the critical care committee
Yes.
during this relevant time frame?
Yes.
And did the Code Blue committee report to the critical care committee?
Yes.
I want to ask you about codes then, and what you would know about the coding process at the hospital. Tell the jurors what a Code Blue is, based on your experience.
Sure. Code Blue is an alarm that basically overhead, you've probably seen on Grey's Anatomy or whatever, there's a Code Blue that's called out. That means a patient's heart has stopped somewhere in the hospital, or even somebody needs help. The ICU physicians and or residents come into the room. There's pharmacy that comes. There's anesthesia that typically comes. There is nursing staff. ICU nurses come and respond. And you try to, following American cardiology recommendations, you follow what's called ACLS, Advanced Cardiac Life Support, and you try to get the heart restarted by beating on the chest, by ramming a tube down their throat or placing a tube down their throat, and shocking the heart if the heart rhythm is one you can shock and bring back.
By analogy, in your experience in critical care, if you're on duty and the blue light or a code is called, and you're the physician, are you essentially the orchestrator?
It depends. Multiple people are qualified to lead a code or follow ACLS guidelines or ACLS qualified. The house officers a lot of times run it. I try to intervene if they're making a mistake or not thinking of something. But yeah, either myself or the house officers or even the hospitalist can actually run a Code Blue as well, or cardiologist, for example, as well.
And we know from your testimony on direct that after 2013 to 2018, residents or house officers didn't work in the night shift, correct?
That is correct.
Bless you, Sam. So just want to show you, again, then going back to Mr. Timmons,
Your Honor, I would object if this witness was not present for these medical records.
Okay, let's start a sidebar here on this one. Get to know each other.
I didn't say anything. I didn't get out there.
just sidebars are not my favorites. I'll ask a different way.
I won't take it personal, so it's okay.
And we've known each other too long, so you can't. Dr. Ralston, with respect to Mr. Timmons, you indicated that you reviewed the records with these patients that related to you. Do you have recollection as you sit here whether Dr. Husel performed any codes on Mr. Timmons?
Object, Your Honor.
He can answer that one.
No, there's obviously several codes throughout the year in a hospital from many years ago. I would not recall that.
And so I remember on your direct examination when you were asked about codes, fair to say that some people survive them and some people don't.
Yes, that would be a true statement, yes.
I want to go to the issue, some general issues. Let's talk about overrides. I know you stated on your direct that the nurses do what the nurses do.
Yes, ma'am.
And same thing with respect to overrides. Dr. Ralston, you, during this relevant time frame, 13-18, had no idea about overrides.
No.
And so it would surprise you to know, would it not, that let's say during the year 2017, there were over 36,000 overrides on the ICU floor at Mount Carmel West.
I wouldn't know what's normal or abnormal. That's a pharmacy and nursing thing. I would not know whether that's high or low.
I want to talk about order sets, showing the witness what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 17A. Dr. Ralston, does this look familiar to you, this document at all?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you know this document to be?
It is the terminal or compassionate extubation order set.
Fair to say that during your interview with Columbus Police Department, you were asked about whether you use order sets, correct?
Yes.
And during the years 2013 and 2018, fair to say you did not use order sets?
Typically not, but I did forget about the residents. If the residents were on, sometimes I'd show them it and show them what's on it, things like that.
Right. But you, in your care, when you decide, when a family decides, and you were overseeing a compassionate extubation, as you have told the jurors, you weren't using an order set, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk about, going back to this point about the nights. I think we've talked about what it looks like visually at the hospital at night. Wanted to ask you about the convenience, and that word seems kind of gross to use in this context, but you would agree, would you not, that actually sometimes it's more convenient for families to do a nighttime palliative extubation because of scheduling, would you not?
Convenient in the sense that perhaps in the early evening or late evening, I think it's challenging when I'm not necessarily thinking that well at 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes. I think it'd be hard sometimes for families to be that early in the morning.
Sure, but when I'm a family making a decision to palliatively extubate and it's 8 or 9, then in the nighttime, and I know you were asked this during your deposition, it can give an opportunity, right, for people to come in from out of town because
Yes, ma'am.
And so, and also in terms of, I asked you whether there were any rules against nighttime extubations, and we know there weren't.
That's correct.
I want to talk about the number of compassionate, as you call them, extubations that you've done. I know in your direct you testified that with COVID, you're now hovering around 1,000, and
Right.
yes, won't
It's a
make it
guess.
an exact number. But fair to say, when you were deposed in 2020, you gave an estimate that maybe you did around 20 or 30 a year. Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes, but again, these are guesses. I have no idea.
Sure. And I just want to kind of give that.
And I apologize. I thought it was over my career, not just in that time frame.
Okay. So between 2020 and now, you've done how many palliative extubations?
I'm sorry, between 2020 and now?
Yeah.
I don't know. Way too many, I guess, with COVID. It's been devastating. We're probably doing maybe 50 or 60 a year. Personally, myself, not just my
Sure,
partners,
sure.
probably 50 years or so over the past year.
Okay. So, and that's not my forte. So, an estimate, not looking into it, 1,000 over your career. And tell me again the number of years of your career.
1997 through 2022, so it'd be 25 years.
Okay.
Well, excluding my fellowship training, which is additional 7 years, so gosh, 32 years.
Okay. And I had just done the math on 25. Okay. So it's about 30 plus a year. Does that sound about right?
That sounds a guess, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you know, as the director of the ICU at Mount Carmel West, does it sound about right that in Dr. Husel's 5 years, he did just 35?
That would not seem extreme to me, no.
Just a few other questions, Doctor. During your deposition, you were asked about the IV guidelines. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And whether you were familiar as of 2020 with the IV guidelines, and you indicated that you were not.
No, ma'am.
No.
I was not aware.
One moment, Your Honor. I forgot to ask you, Doctor. When you were asked about these order sets, and I'm just showing you as an example, State's Exhibit 17A, do you remember referring to these order sets as checkbox medicine?
Yes, I think when you're doing a very difficult approach to medicine, you try to take into account the patients, the family, all these other variables that come into play. I want to give the best care to that patient, even if I'm compassionately extubating them, and I don't like people get in the habit of just using the same thing without thinking about the patient as an individual in general.
And I remember you saying in one of your statements that the human body is an amazing thing. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, ma'am. I think it is.
And to that end, I wanted to ask you about the conversations that you have with families when they're making the decision as to changing the code status. palliatively extubating their family member. Fair to say that you talk to the families and you tell them that once their loved one is palliatively extubated, that the patient could last moments,
Yes.
they could last minutes,
Yes.
hours, days,
Yes.
and you would agree with me that even moments could be less than minutes.
Yes.
Nothing further.
Redirect.
I didn't have any good from the 17th.
Still have one on the screen.
Doctor, on cross-examination, directing your attention or redirecting your attention back to what Ms. Menashe said about the total number of critical care patients or critical care doctors at Mount Carmel West.
Yes.
And she referenced a number of 2,300. That's not correct. You said you didn't know where that number came from.
That is correct. I know most of the critical care doctors. Yes, sir.
Right. Is it fair to say that within the 4 hospitals, you are aware that Mount Carmel has 4 hospitals in its chain?
Yes, I practice at 2 of them, actually.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there could be up to 2,300 physicians with prescriptive authority within those 4 hospitals?
Yes, that would probably be reasonable.
So if there's a number floating out there, 2,300, that would be the doctors that can write prescriptions for things like fentanyl and midazolam.
Objection as to speculation.
I think you can answer it.
I'm sorry, could you re-ask the question then?
So if there is evidence that there is approximately 2,300 physicians in the Mount Carmel hospital system, the 4 hospitals, those doctors would have prescriptive authority to write prescriptions for things like fentanyl and midazolam.
Yes, sir.
All right. Directing your attention to Ms. Menashe's line of questions regarding complaints about Dr. Husel in 2013 to 2018 until you became aware in November of 2018. Did you have any knowledge of his dosing habits during palliative withdrawals in the nighttime at the ICU?
No, sir.
Had you at any point become aware through any of your review of anything that went on in the ICU at night that he was giving 1,000 micrograms of fentanyl in an IV push to patients in the ICU during palliative withdrawals?
No, sir.
Referring back to the line of questioning regarding pharmacist call, you said, I'm a human, I make mistakes.
Yes.
Yeah, so have you ever added an extra 0 onto something, for instance?
I'm sure I might have, yes.
Is that the type of thing you're referring to, making a mistake, a pharmacist calling you?
Yeah, or either the dose or the type of medication, or hey, this patient's allergic to this, or there's this drug impacts that drug. Are you aware of that? Those are important patient safety issues. Yes.
Okay. When you were saying about when the decision's been made to compassionately extubate somebody after this planned event with the family, you say you entered it into the computer. Tell us about that. What does that mean? Can you describe that more fully?
Sure. What I do is I basically just the computer component. Is that correct?
Yeah. Tell us how you do that.
Okay, I would just sit down in front of the computer. I would put the order in. I'd make sure that the DNR CC is put in at that point. I would make sure that the medications have been entered correctly. I would probably, or I always go to the bedside nurse and say, hey, I put in these orders. When the family's ready, let me know. We'll get things going or whatever. Let me know of the timing so when I need to come back, or usually I don't leave the ICU in these circumstances.
So there's no rush.
No, there's no. I'm trying to make sure that, of all things, make sure these orders are put in correctly. Yes.
Okay. Referring to 17A, which was just up there, this has been identified as the order set for palliative extubation. It's called terminal ventilator withdrawal. Is that another word for what you call compassionate extubation?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And you testified with Ms. Menashe that you don't like using, or you refer to this as, what was it, cookie cut, push button?
Checkbox.
Checkbox.
I was raised in the era of we actually wrote out every order and things. So. Okay.
Well, let's look what's in the order set compared to what you testified as your general practice. What is, referring to medications. What is the range of medications that is on this order set?
One, the first morphine order there, the 10 to 5 dose, one's 10 milligrams or one's 5 milligrams. That's prior to take the breathing tube out.
And that's a case-by-case, that says PRN situation?
That's the second orders there where it says morphine, the second morphine order, the 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Okay. So this would be what the order set would call to start with?
That's prior to taking the breathing tube out, yes, sir.
All right. Is your practice in line with what the order set is?
Objection, Your Honor, be on the scope.
She showed him this.
Permit it.
I'm sorry?
I'll permit it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's a little lower than what the order set says, yes.
What's a little lower?
My use of the morphine.
You actually use less than this.
For the prior to extubation, yes, but afterwards, that's about what I would use in the first hour.
So this second, I guess in medications, it would be the third check box down.
Right.
This is the PRN stuff?
Right. I'd use 2 milligrams every 15 minutes for any perceived distress from the patient.
Okay. And that's what that inject Q 15 minutes, that Q means?
Q means every 15 minutes as necessary for shortness of breath.
All right. And this would be the first hour post-ventilation?
Right. And then after that first hour, you're supposed to come back and reassess the patient and see if they need more or less or nothing more or anything like that.
All right.
That's the third morphine order.
That's down here?
Yes. That's if you see comments after first hour after the endotracheal tube or patient's extubated withdrawal.
Okay. And it goes on. What about Dilaudid? Per the order set, do you give Dilaudid and morphine together?
I'm sorry, I can't quite see that. I apologize.
I'm sorry. It's on the second page?
You don't really need the two classes of the same narcotic.
Okay. And is it ever been your practice to give, and Dilaudid, another word for that is hydromorphine, that's the generic of that?
Yes, sir.
Has it ever been your practice to give both morphine and Dilaudid together?
No, because they're both narcotics.
Okay. So what's this next checkbox mean versus what you do? This down here.
Objection, same objection, Your Honor. You're on the scope as to what he does.
Okay. I'll note the objection overruled. But you got this thing all opened up. You can't see what you're referring to.
Gosh, Judge, I'm not right here.
I was going to ask that.
I'm talking about this right here, pointing to the middle page of the second page of 17A.
That is for morphine drips, which is a slow drip of morphine into the vein continuously instead of pushing it in all at once.
Okay. And this is another thing that can be checked. And what does titration mean?
Basically, it's to adjust the medicine up or down based on the patient's symptoms.
Okay. And then after the morphine, there is this Versed section.
Yes, that is correct. If you bring it down just a little bit, we'll see the first one there.
And so the Versed, or also known as midazolam, is also on the order set, and I think you testified that it is also your practice to give a dose of Versed.
That is correct.
And it starts at 2 milligrams per the order set?
Yes.
And is that your practice as well, generally?
Yes.
All right. And then it goes on to explain how Versed, is that fair to say, gets continuously given?
If you could pull it down again, I apologize.
Yep, sorry.
Yeah. Yes, if the other one is Versed for a Versed drip.
Okay. And the drip is the bag of?
A bag of fluid with Versed, the chemical mixed into it, dripping into the IV.
And is that slower than pushing it in all at once?
In theory, you have less of the dramatic effects that way. It'd be slower effects, or slower of the side effects that way.
And what side effects are those?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained on that one.
What about oxygen therapy and the order set versus what you do?
Yes, you
Beyond
tip.
the scope.
She asked about the order set versus what he does, Judge.
Right. I'll give it to you on that one. You're not getting an opinion, so.
You place patient on the nasal cannula oxygen. You might see people at the grocery store wearing the plastic tubing in their nose. And that's mainly for comfort a little bit. Oxygen is actually a drug, and it does provide some comfort at the end of life as well.
And it's on the order set we see here in 17A. Is that also your practice?
Yes, I have to put in, I always put in specific how much oxygen. The order set doesn't address that, so I always put in how much oxygen I want them on in general.
Because you don't want to do this checkbox medicine. You're looking at your patient.
I've been asked and answered several times. You were to strike the questions, granted.
All right. Ms. Menashe asked you, she said, can you give us 5 of the factors, or 4 of the factors that go into dosing, your dosing decisions for patients during palliative extubations? And you said, well, I don't know if there's 4, there's maybe 5. Do you remember that?
Yeah, there's probably multiple beyond that.
All right. My hearing's not so good. I got number 2 is brain.
Yeah, what's going on with the brain in general? Is it damaged? Is it even capable of perceiving pain at that point?
Okay. So with Ryan Hayes and his brain being damaged that Ms. Menashe talked about, did he need more pain medication or less pain medication based on what you saw when you saw him and when you made that note?
He required less pain medication or no pain medication at that point.
I think number 3 was age.
Yes.
So we saw in these examples of the patients that you cared for, some of these folks were very, I have to be careful, they were elderly. Some, I believe Mr. Allen was 80.
Yes, I like to say older, not old, as I always say.
Yes,
So,
and
yeah.
I understand that now as I reach those ages here. So how does that affect pain dosing? If someone's older, do they get more of it? Do you need more pain medicine, or do you give them more pain medicine? Or is that something that will factor into giving them less pain medication?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Well, you did elicit it. I'll permit it.
As you get older, you need less pain medication in general because the older brain doesn't handle it quite as well.
I wrote down number 4 of the factors of the 5 you gave, liver/kidney function. Can you explain why that is a question or something you would like to know determining whether how much pain medication someone requires or you prescribe?
You want to make sure to that even if you give the pain medications, you want their liver to be able to clear it at least, or the renal function not to let it keep accumulating is the biggest fear.
So if someone's liver and or kidney function is compromised, as we saw in those patients that Ms. Menashe pointed out, does that mean they should get more pain medication?
In your opinion, you've gone through this.
The way your question is, she's right, sustained.
Based on your experience with these patients, if their liver function was compromised, if their kidney function was compromised, on your experience, would you give them more pain medication or less pain medication?
In my practice, I would wind up giving them less.
What was number 1? Do you recall? And I'm honest, I just didn't write it. I was trying to write it down. I picked up brain, age, liver, and then family. What was number 1, if you recall?
I thought it was brain, so I apologize. I'm not sure. I think disease process is what I put in there, disease process.
Disease process. What does that mean, and how does that affect your decision on dosing levels for pain medication and or benzodiazepines?
I think it was pain, how much pain the patient's in, I guess, that's why I put, I think, actually. I apologize. Or perceived pain.
And how do you determine that, and how does that affect your dosing decisions?
I think looking at the patient, what caused them to be in life support to begin with, what an overall view of what's going on with the patient at that point. I think examining the patient to get a feel for if they're in pain or not, myself, I think that's the key.
All right. So in your practice, that is a decision you examine the patient and make a decision about.
Yes, I think that's an important role of the ICU physician, yes.
All right. And finally, you said family. Mm-hmm. Explain what that means and explain how that affects your dosing decisions regarding how much pain medication and or benzodiazepines they need.
Well, I think I did a pediatric residency also with internal medicine, and so I was always taught to look at the family as a unit from my pediatric training. So when I look at the patient and the family, they're a unit together. They're all kind of going through this together. And so basically, I want to say, when I stop back by, I always ask them, how do you perceive the patient's doing? How do you feel about how the patient, do you think that your loved one is hurting, or you know them better than I do? I mean, the answer would be yes. If you need more pain medication, we can make sure of that. But obviously, their input matters in those discussions when I'm coming back checking on that patient.
All right. Do you recall the questions regarding the statement Ms. Menashe made, and the questions she followed up with? 2 doctors with similar backgrounds and experience can have different views on how to treat a particular patient.
Yes.
Okay. And you agree that, yes, that is a valid thing.
In general, yeah, it's hard to argue with that statement, yes.
In particular, in this case, in 2015, how many years experience did you have?
I'm sorry. Let's see, 2018 years maybe, if I exclude internship and residency and fellowship. So
in 2015, how many years of experience did Mr. Husel have?
He would have 2 years at that point, if I did the math correctly for him.
James Allen, I think we based on his practices, his dosing.
Well, he also treated the person involved as this witness not permitted.
And you also said, based on what you treated him on and what you were crossed on, he had significant health issues and limited pulmonary performance?
Yes, he had pretty severe COPD and got short breath walking very short distances.
And so, in your experience, is that one of those things you look at deciding to give more pain and benzodiazepine medicine or less pain and benzodiazepine medicine?
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Same. I understand. I think you can answer it. Go ahead.
I would probably wind up giving him less at that point.
Ryan Hayes, the overdose situation, down for a long time. That line of questioning, remember that?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if it was Ms. Menashe or you, state of peril on 4/2/17.
I'm sorry?
Do you remember that phrase being used in describing Ryan Hayes? He was in a state of peril on 4/2/17?
I don't remember that. Almost all my ICU patients are in a state of peril.
Yeah, I guess so. But he had been down for a long time, correct?
Yes.
He had a severe cerebral edema.
Yes, the brain was swollen. Yes, the top part of the brain.
Your note reflects that, based on your experience with this patient, he cannot perceive pain, he cannot perceive anxiety.
That is correct.
Based on your experience in dosing patients in this state, is that one of those factors where you would give him more medicine, pain medicine and benzodiazepines, or less?
Less.
Miss Belisari, do you recall how old she was?
No.
69, 69. Was it 69 she was?
She told the jury already, so I think that's good.
Let's see. If the records reflect, let me get to it here. She was born in 1945. So in 2015, how old would that make her?
70.
Okay, he's here as a doctor.
I
and a
know,
fact witness.
and I'm sorry. So that's 55 in 2000, and then plus another 15, so that would be 70 years old approximately.
Yes, sir.
I think the medical chart said 69, but
All right, she hadn't had her birthday yet. So once again, and not, is that a person that's older in your mind or younger in your mind as far as the dosing of pain medications?
I wouldn't. I'd have to know more information. I don't know that.
Well, we know that Ms. Menashe pointed out to you that without life support, the patient would not survive.
Yes.
She was critically ill.
Yes.
Is that one of those factors where you think, well, I need to give her more medicine or less medicine?
Objection, Your Honor. He wasn't there. This calls for an opinion.
okay.
He's already said he would have no more.
Got it. Sustained.
You did cover the night shift a few times in the ICU in your career?
Yes.
All right. Do you recall ever doing palliative extubations at 1, 2, or 3 in the morning?
No, sir.
Why are you looking at those 5 factors in determining the amount of pain medicine and benzodiazepines to give your patients?
Your Honor, I think it's misstating the witness's testimony. It wasn't that there was just 5.
Okay. It's also asking him to opine, so
And that's in
sustained.
his practice, why does he look at
That
those?
wasn't what you asked him.
In your practice, why do you look at those 5 things?
Objection.
I'll permit the answer.
Because in medicine, you don't want to even be perceived as crossing that line of
What line is that?
well,
Now you're getting into a different subject matter here.
All right, I'll withdraw that question and let him answer the question.
Which question?
Why does he take into account those in his practice, those 5 things he described on your cross-exam?
You don't want to be the physician that caused someone's death where you cross that line or even perceived to cross that line of causing their death with your medications, and you don't want the nurses or anybody to feel guilty about giving those medications either.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything on the last statement?
Yes, please, Your Honor. I would also ask for a recross on 2 other points, if you want me to approach sidebar.
Let's approach sidebar. I know you all hate it.
Yep.
These guys love it.
Seems necessary. Can I have the order set, please?
When I use the 17A,
Great. 17A. Offer my questions.
David, go entertain. They're quiet over there. I'm getting worried. Yeah, and I kind of wait for her too, so I don't go sliding across the floor. You ready?
One moment, Your Honor. just a few questions. If I may approach with State's Exhibit 17A. Doctor, if you could review that. And again, fair to say that's an order set?
Yes.
If you could just flip through the 3 pages and let me know if there is any box within that order set to check for the use of fentanyl.
There is not.
Don't waste one of your questions.
Just stop myself.
Okay, I'm proud of you.
It's a little thing. You were asked a line of questions about Ryan Hayes and the 5+ factors you would consider when determining the pain medication for a patient like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Would it have impacted your decision-making in any way, showing the witness what's been marked as Joint Exhibit 2, page 205, that 2 different nurses seem to have indicated that Ryan Hayes, the patient you've discussed, had a pain score of 10?
I apologize. I thought the pain score went to 8. I apologize.
Right, and let me look, Your Honor.
Wait.
Okay, so then I would just ask, the witness didn't answer my question, would it have impacted your decision-making in any way that 2 different nurses have indicated that his pain went from 0 to 10?
Knowing his physiological process at that point, I would have to come and look at him myself.
You would need to be at bedside.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing
That was
further,
your
Your
third
Honor.
question, huh?
Nothing further. I'm always dancing.
Okay. You may step down. Do you have another witness ready for us?
We do, Your Honor.
Let's call the next witness.
Calling Dr. Caleb Wagner to the stand.
Judge, with your leave, I'm going to step out
Okay.
just to...
Make sure that the good doc gets out of here good. Or well, actually, if I'm going to be grammatically correct. You guys holding up okay?
We have another seal.
Is it warm in here or is it just this robe? Like the opposite? I am roasting up here, guys. It only comes in, the heavy material. Come on down, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Follow that gentleman there, and he'll get you to where you need to go.
Raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Take a few seconds to get seated and make yourself comfortable.
You can lower your mask, it's fine. I want you comfortable.
And if you would be so kind as to state your name for the record and spell your name, please.
My name is Caleb Wagner, CalebWagner.
Can you guys hear him okay? Okay. You got that aerial mic in front of there. You have to blow it out a bit. Okay? Knock him down.
I can do that.
Okay. Deal. I expect no less.
Thank you. Thanks for coming this afternoon, Dr. Wagner. Can you talk a little bit about your education and training?
I did my undergraduate degree at Ohio State University, and I graduated in 2006 with a degree in the biological sciences. I went to medical school at St. Matthew's University, and I did my residency training in internal medicine at Mount Carmel West. I finished that in 2014.
Other than medical school, have you ever worked as either either a medical student or a physician at any other institution other than Mount Carmel West?
After I finished residency, I did a brief stint at a Dnr Healthcare system, and I only lasted about 9 months there before I returned to Mount Carmel West.
Thank you. And sir, what is your position at Mount Carmel West?
I'm an internal medicine physician. I'm employed with a group named Columbus Inpatient Care, and the group I work with is contracted to provide hospitalist service in the Mount Carmel Health System.
Thank you. Talk to us a little bit about your role as an attending at Mount Carmel West.
Working as an attending, to give an example, our group of doctors function as something that, like, perhaps your outpatient family doctor would do, except we do it in the hospital only. We're all internists. Typically what we'll do is admit patients from the ER or direct admit patients from home with a variety of medical conditions, even sometimes some surgical conditions. We'll still be the main admitting team sometimes. And we care for a variety of illnesses, so it's hard to describe just one.
What were your assigned responsibilities for a patient if you were designated as the attending?
Typically what that would mean is performing the H&P, monitoring their care.
Does that mean that the initials, the H&P?
Oh, the initial evaluation, we call it a history and physical examination. It's a long note where we describe why the patient came to the hospital, what they were sick with, what we felt was going on. We correlate lab findings, test findings along with that. We include a physical exam and as well as imaging. It also includes a synopsis of the patient's past medical history and surgical history. And then essentially the last part of our note is where we make the diagnosis for why they're in the hospital and what our plan is going to be to start treatment for that patient.
Do your responsibilities vary depending on which shift you work?
They do. They can vary greatly.
Okay. Did the jury hear that, the question? And what shift do you normally work?
I work essentially 2 different shifts in the Mount Carmel system. I work what we call days and nights in our group. So I'm either what we call a daytime person, 7 to 3 time frame, where that can consist of either rounding on patients or just being what we call our admitter, where we admit all the patients to the hospital. And then I'm one of the docs in my group that does about 8 weeks of nights a year, and that is coming in around 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. And that role is admitting patients to the hospital, evaluating patients emergently on the floor if they're having new issues, and sometimes what we refer to as just putting out fires, maybe problems that are occurring that did not expect to occur, or new situations in the hospital, to give an example.
Thank you, doctor. Now, when a patient presents, how are they assigned an attending physician?
Typically, if most common example is patients will come through the ER. The ER physician will see them, evaluate them, and the ER physician typically makes the decision of, can you go home or do you need to be admitted? And once that decision is made, the ER typically contacts our group, and then we take over the care and go and evaluate the patient and start their hospitalized process.
Okay. And so just to summarize, it sounds to me like these patients aren't patients that you are seeing in the community. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there ever a continuum of care with them when they're discharged from the hospital with your group?
Typically, no. What's done is our care is handed off for the outpatient physician. Typically, they're often referred to as a family physician or an internist. We hand that off to them essentially at that point.
Okay. Do you, as an attending physician, have duties relating to the discharge of any patient?
Yes.
And what are those duties?
The duties of the attending physician at discharge are to I'm trying to give an example here. So if someone is sick in the hospital with a heart attack, the cardiologist might do some of their emergent care and make recommendations, but the attending's job is to make sure they have their medications they go home with, that we write the note to sometimes referred to as a discharge summary, which is a summarization of why they're in the hospital. And this note lands back with either their main doctor and the outpatient specialist they may end up seeing sometimes for a summarization of why they're in the hospital and a synopsis of what they were cared for, what they were diagnosed for, and maybe what needs to be followed up or tests that might need to be performed in the future.
Thank you, doctor. If a patient is critically ill and is moving to a DNR CC, is the attending part of that discussion typically?
Sometimes.
Okay. And what would determine whether the attending would be or wouldn't be?
That's a very situational question. Sometimes it can be done by the ICU team. Other times, if it's a patient on the floor who's not doing well and maybe doesn't want to go to a higher level of care like the ICU, sometimes that's where the attending would have that discussion too as well.
Okay. And would you expect as an attending to be called in that situation if you were in the building?
Not always.
Okay. And what would drive that?
Typically, if you want to take an example, if I'm covering nights, typically it's if a nurse contacts me with something, say it's a floor patient who's not doing well, they would ask me to come evaluate the patient, and then either the patient or family might have a different desire, and that's where we would start talking about code status and how aggressive to be, and we'd have some of those conversations centering around a DNR.
Okay. If a person's on life support and withdrawal of that same is being discussed, would you be in the discussion?
I've had that discussion before with families. It's usually when I'm a daytime physician, I'm calling it, where I'm rounding in the hospital, seeing patients. That discussion also happens a lot with our ICU team as well.
Okay.
And there are other services at the hospital, like our palliative care service, that sometimes helps us assist having those discussions because they're not easy discussions to have.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6B. Dr. Wagner, what is 6B?
6B is a discharge summary.
Okay. And is there a patient indicated on the discharge summary?
Yes, this is for patient Francis Burke.
Okay. And I see that according to this, Ms. Burke was apparently discharged 1/14 of 2018. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Here's page 1, second half. Page 2. And page 3. Can you tell us what page 3 denotes as far as this lady's status at discharge?
The page denotes that she's deceased.
Okay. Did you prepare this discharge summary?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever meet this lady?
No, I did not.
Did you review her entire medical record?
A brief synopsis of it.
Do you know what happened to her in the hospital?
From review of the chart, I'm aware of what happened to her.
Can you tell the jury what her course was?
She came in the late afternoon, and I was working our night shift then, and I would only be speculating as to why she wasn't seen by.
Okay, you can't speculate about something, so we're going to stop you where you're at, and we'll let her ask more questions for you.
Okay, I'll withdraw the part of the question that calls for speculation. Did you review the medication administration record in this case?
I reviewed it when I was summoned to hear.
Okay.
That's when I saw that.
Did you review it before you created the discharge summary?
No, I did not.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to hand you a document under seal marked
Objection, Judge.
States Exhibit 18F.
Let's go talk here. Talk, guys. David, you need to give him your recipe for baklava. front down, but I can't have it. Oh, well.
Dr. Wagner, I'm going to present to you a document that's marked States Exhibit 18F. Ask you, you can tell us what it is.
This is a death certificate for Francis Burke.
And did you
Okay,
sign the
stop. Let me explain something. The word sealed is one of those words that people think it's got this big mystery to it. It's just a document not available on public record. Okay? There's nothing special about it. In this case, she explained what it was. Okay? I don't want you getting the wrong impression of the word sealed. Okay?
Actually, can we have another sidebar?
What did I get wrong?
I'll withdraw the request. Did you sign this?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you prepare any forms for a death certificate for Francis Burke?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
I never saw Francis Burke.
Okay. And does that create an impediment as far as creating the death certificate?
I never did an exam on her. I never saw her. And this occasionally happens, and sometimes the death certificate is sent off to either the family doctor or someone else.
Okay. Do you know who did the death certificate in this case? Do you know that individual?
I do not know that individual.
All right. Dr. Wagner, one question relating to your previous testimony about the MARS in real time. Was there some reason why you didn't look at it?
I had no reason to question her medication she was given.
Okay. And just for the record again, the MAR is what?
Medication administration record.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bass?
Good afternoon, Doctor. You have no independent memory of when you actually did this discharge summary, correct?
No, I do not.
In fact, you didn't even look at it or have any idea that this was ever going to be an issue until you were called to testify in this case?
Correct.
And obviously, since you never saw her, you don't have any memory of Ms. Burke or her care.
No, I can really only comment on what other doctors documented.
And fair to say some discharge summaries are more detailed than others, right?
Very, very fair to say.
Okay. And that's just like patient, that's just like patient care. Every patient is different. Is that a yes? Yeah.
Yes.
Say yes to the court reporter.
Yes.
Okay. So, and in this one, you would classify this one as one of the lesser detailed discharge summaries.
This was a very atypical discharge summary for me.
There was never anything preventing you when you did this discharge summary from looking at the MAR, looking at all of the electronic medical records in Ms. Burke's care.
No, nothing prevented me from looking at it.
And there's nothing, and you never sent a notice to anybody, hey, I never looked at any of this stuff when I wrote my discharge summary, correct?
It's not normal to do a forensic review of the chart for a discharge summary.
But my question to you, sir, is you never notified anybody, any doctors, anyone in the hospital, hey, I didn't look at the MAR or I didn't look at any of the charts.
Well, I did look at her chart.
Excuse me, I misspoke. You didn't notify anybody that you didn't look at it, correct?
I guess I'm not sure how to answer that. I don't normally notify anyone if I...
You wouldn't normally do that, right?
No.
And that's not something that is in any way, shape, or form the normal course of business, right?
Can you ask that again?
Sure. That's not in any way, shape, or form the way you would normally do a discharge summary.
Normally when I do a discharge summary, I've usually been involved in the care at some point, and typically I write much more than what I wrote in this discharge summary.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect?
Oh,
You can step down.
sorry.
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry.
I forgot. May I
That was me.
check, see if I have one more question?
Do you have one more question?
No further questions.
No further questions then?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You may step down, doctor. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, I believe we're out of witnesses for the day, yes. Not for the case.
I guess we were more efficient than anticipated. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have to send you home early. I'm sorry. I know you want to sit here with us the rest of the day, but, remember the admonition? Be sure you all speak to David about the other issue. Okay? I imagine I'm going to have a bunch of emails tonight, so let us know, guys. Okay? With that, call him up, David.
All rise.
Have a good evening, guys. Be safe. Be seated. Ms. Grubb, anything for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to put one thing on the record. During Ms. Menashe's cross-examination of Dr. Ralston, she referred to a deposition. We do not have that deposition, nor is it supplemented to us. I believe that's the third time that the defense has used materials that have not been forwarded to us in reciprocal discovery. I just want to make a record. Thank you. And ask that we receive all items in the future.
Ms. Menashe?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to give them a copy of the deposition now, and I can just say the only reason why I wouldn't have or thought to have is because they have seemingly had all the civil deposition transcripts through their joint agreement. So I certainly didn't think that we needed to provide a transcript in the civil case today.
Well, why don't you check with them? If you're going to use something, make sure they have it ahead of time.
Sure, I will.
I mean, it's hard to do that, I know, and we may have to play it by the fly, but, try to at least get it over to them.
Sure,
Your
we'll do
Honor,
that.
if I may address the record, we do not have a joint agreement with any civil attorneys. As a matter of fact, we piecemeal the items that we receive, and we are supplying the defense with a full list at the beginning of each week of which witnesses we intend to call. So I don't think it would be onerous for them to check off with us to see what depositions we may or may not have, since we are extending the courtesy of our witness list each and every week. Thank you.
Anything else for the record?
No.
I do. And it sounds petty to bring it up on the heels of that, but I promise it's not correlated. I had asked my co-counsel to address this issue, and he assures me it was addressed, so I believe it was. I just think it's generally disrespectful to be, during questioning, saying Miss Menashe said that and Miss Menashe said that. I think we should be better than that. It is appropriate to say on your cross or on your direct or opposing counsel, but it gets really, I think, catty. That's just my personal opinion. I want to put it on the record. Especially, there's a gender issue there too, and I'm putting it on the record.
Okay, well, for the record, we had this discussion.
Okay.
Okay? It was outside the presence of everybody. And I thought the issue was resolved. It appears not to be. Okay? This isn't personal between the sides. This is putting on a case. Anything else?
After the statement.
Okay. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I did summon the press up here, the press representatives. I will have a talk with them. If anybody wants to be present. No?
No, I just passed on your message.
Oh, I want to talk to them.
I can do it.
No, it's okay. They probably got the word that I want to talk to them now. Sometimes, but they might be trying to make their 5 o'clocks.